Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. You are looking at a live shot of the Israel-Lebanon border as Israel continues to wait for the anticipated attack by Iran and Iran proxy groups, including Hezbollah, in response to a couple of assassinations last week that were apparently carried out by Israel. One of them definitely carried out by Israel. The other one widely believed to have been carried out by Israel. So we want to bring you more live coverage today. I'm going to turn the volume on for this shot, actually. Let me turn the volume on. Got some volume here. Hopefully I'll be getting some more live shots in. And as I get other live shots, I will certainly let you see them. So we are here bringing you live coverage, and we're going to be reading your comments and questions on the air as well. So give me a shout at Lookner on X. I want to say a quick thank you to Kevin Haskell for your support. I really appreciate it. Kevin Haskell, thank you. Also, Big Snack 100, thank you. And Ione, our new member, Ione. And I want to thank our moderators as well. Danny James is moderating. Thank you, Danny. And we have also moderating. Hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thank you so much for moderating over there. Carms is moderating right now. Thank you. Also, our Twitch moderators. I want to thank them. Let me thank our Twitch moderators. We have moderating Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev over on Twitch. Thank you. And we also have our Facebook moderators. Thank you so much. Raven Lynn, Ronald Egnor. Big thanks to all of our Facebook moderators. All right, so it is 9:44 p.m. It is Thursday night there in Israel. We are now 9 days after Israel assassinated the top commander in Hezbollah in Beirut. That was Fuad Shukr. And we are now 8 days, actually almost 9 days. In 4 hours, it'll be 9 days after Israel is believed to have assassinated the political leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran, Iran. So Hezbollah and Iran both say they're going to respond to Israel. We're waiting for attacks from both, maybe in combination. Back in April, when Iran attacked Israel after Israel, when Iran attacked Israel in April, after Israel launched an airstrike on an Iranian embassy building in Syria, that took 12 days. So Iran's response back in April took 12 days. What is it going to take this time, assuming it happens? That I can't tell you. What is this thing here? Okay. And thank you to Big Snack 100. I appreciate that. So we'll do a poll shortly, and we'll ask you guys what you think. We should just do a poll right now. Let's do a poll now and ask you guys what you think the timing is going to be. Let's see. Hey, Kinetic is modding too. When will Iran response happen? tonight, this weekend, later and never. We have our poll emoji for our YouTube members and Twitch subscribers. We're going to start off with a poll. There's some kind of beeping going on the live shot. I'm sorry about that. But let me show you guys. Let me show you guys what people are saying. Wow, look at this over on YouTube. Look at this on YouTube here. Talk about even. Tonight, 20%. This weekend, 28%. Later, 27%. Never, 26%. Let me show you what Twitch audience is saying. Thanks, by the way, to A Moment of Lovely for the bits on Twitch, and also thanks for subscribing on Twitch, Psyops and New Dragons. Psyops and New Dragons, thanks for subscribing over there. Let me show you what Twitch has to say. On Twitch, 20% tonight, 17% this weekend, 24% later, 39% on Twitch say never. Wow. 39% of the people on Twitch say there's going to be no response from Iran. Wow. It's now 41% on Twitch. That's a lot. It's a lot of people saying never on Twitch. Thanks to Stefan Roussel, our new member, and TK1 for gifting a membership. Also, thanks so much to Barb Mac UK, who thinks Iran will wait for the Israeli day of fasting, Tish B'Av, from August 12th through 13th. It's the anniversary of many unhappy events for Israel. A number of our viewers think they might wait till the 12th to 13th in Israel. Tish B'Av. We'll have to see. Thank you, Barb Mac. All right, so again, pretty even over there on YouTube, but on Twitch, more people thinking it'll never happen. That's a lot. Remember, the Supreme Leader had put it on his website that they're going to take revenge. Iran has been very open about saying they're going to take revenge, but who knows? Who knows what'll happen? All right, going to get rid of these polls. I can turn down the volume a little bit of the just a loud feed. I don't mind having volume though. I actually earlier, I hope we get it back. Earlier, I actually had a shot of Beirut for a while, which was kind of neat. So usually what happens is during the course of the broadcast, I get some more access to some more live feeds. So as I get access to more live feeds, I will show them on the air. Hey, thank you so much to VinXMod. I appreciate that, VinXMod. That's very kind of you. All right, so we're going to get you some updates on what is happening in the Middle East. I did see about 40 minutes or so ago, there was some report of like an explosion in Syria. it is pretty common for Israel to attack targets in Syria which have an Iranian connection. So I don't know if that's what happened, but that is just something that's fairly common. Yeah, Joe Truzman, who I follow, he's a Middle East expert. He says reported Israeli airstrike targeting the eastern countryside of Homs, Syria. And it could be a strike targeting what Israel thinks is Iran bringing resources or weapons or whatever into the region. I don't know. You can see about 25 minutes ago, Joe Truzman said explosions reported in eastern Homs countryside. So if I see more about that, I'll let you know. I'm just pulling up some different things here. Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says, he is with Times of Israel. He says, Syrian media report explosions near the Shariyat air base in Homs. Some reports attribute the blast to an alleged Israeli airstrike. Hang on a second here. NC says, what's taking Iran so long? Nick Van Sickle thinks they want you to think it's not going to happen. Big J says, talk is cheap, Iran won't do anything. Otis Jr., there is no camera that I have access to in Iran. I have no Iran camera access. Next Bike says, I read the U.S. told Iran if they did anything, U.S. would bomb them. I haven't read specifically that. There are articles suggesting that the U.S. might have suggested to Iran something like a strong Iranian response would entail a strong Israel and U.S. response. I don't know what the specifics were. I would assume Iran might think that anyway. But we don't know the specifics of what the U.S. has told Iran. Certainly that's something Iran will need to figure in. And a group like Hezbollah is, can they do something to punish/deter Israel without escalating things to a point they don't want it to escalate to? Gary Stagg says Iran is big scared. Edward says they may wait until American assets leave. I don't think American assets are leaving anytime soon. Put it that way. That'd probably be a long wait. I don't think they're just going to leave after 2 weeks or something. Yeah, Trump is speaking live right now, but I mean, I can't cover two things at once. I can't cover that and cover this, and we have been covering this, and my call was just that I thought it was important to be on the air because I don't know when something's going to happen with this. I don't know. It's nighttime, and the way we've been doing it is we've been on the air at nighttime. So I'm sorry. I also figured that, lots of other places are covering Trump. So I'm sorry if you wanted to watch that, but I just had to make a choice. So that's the choice I made. It's the same thing when a couple days ago there was the big rally with Kamala Harris and her new vice presidential candidate. And I played probably like a minute or two of it, a couple minutes, but it was a whole rally and I didn't cover that either. It's the same reasoning. So, Dylan Levine says, I don't think Iran will do anything, but Hezbollah will. Patricia Banks says this will happen and happen suddenly. Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things where... Oh. It's one of these things where it's not happening until it is, and then it is. So you just don't know when it's going to happen. I think it's such an important event for the world, what happens here. So that's why we're covering it. And there's also can be developments, there's other developments that can happen besides an attack. There can be other things that happen too. Spirit Warrior, I haven't been keeping up with the red alerts today. So I'll let you know what I see about stuff. I'm not aware that there was any kind of huge rocket attack earlier in the day, but I'll try to look and check. We'll certainly get you updates on any kind of new rocket alerts that happen. Thanks to our new members, Jen's Crunchy Vax and Norm McDonald Fangirl, by the way. And thanks to Rainer Zufall for your support. All right, let me get caught up for a second on some updates here. By the way, if you follow me on X, at Lookner on X, you already know about this. But Elint News, who I follow, had found a new report from the Wall Street Journal, I think it was. But it's one of these things where it's like, I was talking about that yesterday, but there's like, I don't really think anyone knows what's going to happen. There's been so many different claims in so many different articles about this is going to happen, or this is going to happen, or this is going to happen, or, Hezbollah is going to strike first, or they're going to strike together, or Iran's not going to strike at all. They're going to be a ceasefire, or, so it's like, they're going to do it in 48 hours, or they're going to wait, or they're having second thoughts. And it's just, at this point, it's like, I'm not really believing any of these things. If 10 different outlets start reporting they're hearing the same thing, well, that's different. But I don't really put much stock into any of these things at this point, because there's been so many of them. So Elint News said they found an article that they found that Times of Israel, according to Times of Israel, I'm going to check Channel 13. Times of Israel said Channel 13 says the latest Israeli assessment is that Hezbollah will try and target a senior Israeli official in its response to Israel's killing of senior Hezbollah commander Fouad Shukr. I mean, it could happen. It seems like it's possible. But there's just so many of these different reports. So I posted basically a new report every day, when there's actually multiple new reports every day. I mean, there's just so many. Let me see if I can find that report from them. I don't know. Yeah, so on Channel 13's website, Israel, they say, assessment, Hezbollah will try to harm an Israeli official. Their website isn't working properly, though. Something else to keep in mind is there might not just be one attack. There could be several attacks. There could be an initial wave. Maybe the initial wave isn't that big. So I would not at all be surprised if something like that happens. Maybe there's something where there's kind of a bunch of rockets fired at Israel or something, and you're not sure whether that was the response or not. So, and there's really nothing keeping from that from happening. I mean, certainly, if you can imagine, like if there's some huge missile and drone attack, that could be something that takes a lot of planning time, for example. But if there's maybe there's some initial smaller version, and it wouldn't seem like that would be too hard to plan. So, really, stuff could happen at any time. Austin Stevens says, I don't like how quiet it's been the last 2 days. It's been like really quiet in the sense of like there haven't really been rocket attacks. I think yesterday, the whole time we were on at night, there might have been some stuff during the day, but the whole time we were on at night, there was like one rocket alert, and it was like a false alarm. S. Scumper Jumper thinks nothing will happen in the coming days. Super Sound says Hezbollah looking to go extinct. The Postman thinks nothing is going to happen. Iran is clearly scared. Israel is taking out their people with ease. Let me remind everyone, too. In April, it took Iran 12 days. That was in April. That was 12 days. We're not at 12 days yet. We are at just about 9 days. We're a little below 9 days. Sunshine thinks it's going to be whenever it's least expected. Just pulling some things up here. Freedom is Pepsi or Coke says Iran doesn't want the same result as in April. They need to create deterrence. Here's a little update from Associated Press, right here. U.S. Air Force sends... What happened with my... Hold on a second here. Why is that acting weird? Oh, sorry. Hang on. I'm trying to... This is weird thing. I'm trying to think. I know I'm doing this. I think that's what... Anyways, sorry. I'm focusing on this technical thing right now, which is not really important to you guys, but I gotta check this out. Okay, so here. U.S. Air Force sends F-22 Raptor fighter jets to Mideast from a base in Britain. Let me give you this update from Associated Press. U.S. Air Force F-22 Raptor fighter jets have arrived in the Mideast from a base in the UK, authorities said today. U.S. Central Command, posted images online. I didn't even see this. Oh, look, here you go. U.S. Air Force F-22 Raptors arrived in the U.S. Central Command area of responsibility August 8th as part of U.S. force posture changes in the region to mitigate, that means lessen, the possibility of regional escalation by Iran or its proxies. So there you go. Nick P. says there was a YouTube channel that streamed those F-22s arriving and leaving. What does AP say about this? They say the F-22s come after what Iran has described. The F-22s come after what Iran has described as an Israeli assassination operation that killed Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran last week. Israel has not acknowledged carrying out the killing, which has inflamed regional tensions and comes after the Israelis also recently killed a senior Hezbollah commander in Lebanon. Central Command did not identify where the fighters landed, likely out of deference to the host country amid the regional tensions. Was there really a YouTube channel streaming them coming? How did the YouTube channel know where they are? Isn't that sensitive information? Anyways, I don't know. Thanks to Brian Jeffcoat, by the way. Thank you, Brian. And Susan Stater, our new member, and Fraudito Finder 1990, who is hanging drywall. Thanks for your support. Drew says, they arrived in the Middle East from a base in the United Kingdom, by the way. That's what the AP says. These are F-22 Raptors. F-22 Raptor, right there. Stealth fighter aircraft, produced for the United States Air Force. While designed for counter-air operations, Wikipedia says, the F-22 Raptor has also performed strike and electronic surveillance in the Middle East against the Islamic State and Assad-aligned forces. Bar Mar says hundreds of people watched the F-22s arrive in the UK. Jay Lancaster says the F-22s left the UK this morning. Still hoping to get some other live shots sometime soon. Thanks also to our member Janet Burnett. Okay, trying to get you more updates here. It is 10:12 p.m. Again, really, something could happen at any time. We just don't know when. I want to show you a couple things here. Reuters reports oil settles up for third straight day on U.S. job data and Mideast tensions. Something to keep an eye on. Oil prices settled higher on Thursday for a third consecutive session after U.S. jobs data eased demand concerns and war in the Middle East helped prices recover from an 8-month low on Monday. Just skipping ahead here, it says the killing of senior members of militant Hamas groups, Hamas and Hezbollah last week, had raised the possibility of retaliatory strikes by Iran against Israel, stoking concerns over oil supply from the world's largest producing region. Tim Snyder, chief economist at Matador Economics, said it will spike the price of crude oil if there is an Iranian retaliation on a large scale, and I think that is what everyone is most worried about, he said. Justin Lamb, I do not control the closed captions. They should be automatically on YouTube. I don't know why they're not on today. I do not control that. So if they're not working and you would like them to be working, what I would suggest you do is send a note to YouTube, type send feedback, but that is not within my power. That is something that YouTube does automatically. I do think sometimes what happens, I believe, is if we are playing live news footage like we are now, I think that the sound from the live news footage can get in the way of the captions automation that, for example, YouTube has. I don't know if it works like that on the other platforms, but that is something I have found. So I do apologize, but there's just nothing I can do about it. Hang on a second here. Thank you to Janet Burnett, by the way. I really appreciate that. Janet Burnett, thank you. It is 10:17 p.m. Also, shout out to Henny from NL over there on Twitch. Very much appreciate your support. And Pugman Gaming. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And Arctic Noob for your support on Twitch as well. Thank you, Mohsen, for watching from South Africa. We are bringing you the latest updates here. Let me keep checking for updates, by the way. I have to remind myself to keep doing that. I want to check some of the reporting coming out of Israel as well. So the Wall Street Journal has a report today, and the headline of the Wall Street Journal report is U.S. warns Iran of serious risk if it conducts major attack on Israel. Now, I have to assume Iran was aware of this. I don't know what specifics the U.S. is saying to Iran. I can't imagine that's a big surprise to Iran. Basically, an official told the Wall Street Journal that the U.S. told Iran there will be a major escalation. There's a risk of major escalation if they launch a significant attack against Israel. And there's a U.S. official told the Wall Street Journal there is a serious risk of consequences for Iran's economy and the stability of its newly elected government if that happens. So the article is saying that the U.S. has been trying to strongly discourage Iran from doing this and put pressure on Iran. Now, let me say this. In the article, it says, officials said the U.S. message to Iran wasn't meant as a threat of U.S. military action on Iran, but was intended as a warning about the risks that if Iran attacks Israel, Israel could launch a strong attack against them. I don't know if that's really what was said. Seems like Iran might take it as a threat of U.S. action. I'm not sure. According to the Wall Street Journal, the U.S. does not have clear indications of the scope and timing of a response, unlike in April. I don't know if that's true. That might be true. Oh, guys. So, again, this isn't very satisfying to you. The Wall Street Journal says, based on the latest intelligence, officials think an Iranian response, if it happens, may now occur over the weekend. I mean, I don't know. That's what it says. Centaurus said same thing happened with Ukraine. I mean, look, it was pretty apparent that it looked like something was going to happen in Ukraine, but you just don't know how. You didn't know what the exact timing was going to be. So my point about the weekend comment is it just sort of seems like the same comment we've been hearing for days. I don't know how strong how strong an indication there is of that. As I mentioned, at this point there's been so many different reports. My sense is that there's not a real strong sense of what's going to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if people don't really know. Randy J says it's an educated guess. Big Fuzzy says one big guessing game. No, I don't have any other cameras right now. I'm supposed to be getting some shortly. Oh, you know what? I literally just got some new cameras I can show you. I just got some new cameras. I'm going to put the Tel Aviv one up at the top. That's what I'm going to do. I need a second to get it up there, though. The Wall Street Journal also says officials don't know if Hezbollah will attack at the same time with Iran or at a separate time. They, like others have, they say there's a concern that Israel and Hezbollah might attack at the same time and try to overwhelm Israel's missile defenses. So one thing that article says, and again, I can't confirm it's true, the Wall Street Journal has been claiming that they don't have the same kind of heads up, that Iran isn't telegraphing this like they did in April. I don't know if that's true, but it's an interesting reporting. Well, I don't know if they're saying Iran isn't telegraphing it or they just don't know. But for whatever reason, according to the Wall Street Journal, they're saying the people they're talking to are telling them that the U.S. has less of an idea when it's going to happen than they did in April. Callie Fortune says, I don't know if it's going to happen. Maybe Russia convinced them to sit this one out. Hang on one second here. I'm trying to get this other video up. There's this weird thing going on with my video player. So just hang on a moment here. Why is it acting like this? I'm just trying to switch this video so I can show you the one I want to show you. Okay, that worked. That should work. That should work. Okay, now let's see if this works. So I'm going to try to show you Tel Aviv on the top there. One moment. One moment, please. One moment, please. Why is this not behaving? What's happening here? Now what? I'm sorry I'm having such an issue getting the Tel Aviv video up. It really shouldn't take this long. Well, as soon as I can get that up on the screen, I'll get it to you. I just don't know why that one video is such a problematic one. All right, so again, the Wall Street Journal claims that it could happen this weekend, but that the U.S. is kind of in the dark as to when and what it would be, and whether Hezbollah will attack with Israel at the same time. Sorry, I'm just trying to deal with this thing with this video. Normally it's very easy for me to play videos for you guys. Why it's so hard for me to play this Tel Aviv video, I don't know. I should write to them and see. I might have the Haifa one up. So weird. What I need to do is take like 20 seconds. And again, what I'm trying to do is get you a second video. I know it says Tel Aviv up there. Shouldn't say that. It's not showing yet. Yeah, give me just 1 second here. I need about 30 seconds. I'm just going to reset something here. It's really annoying. Let's do this again. All right. You'll hear sound. I'm just resetting the video and everything. So hang tight, folks. Just hang tight for a second. Ridiculous. Here's this video. Let me play the border video here, so at least you can look at that. Oh, I think I have Tel Aviv playing. It was playing. Well, what now? What happened? Now that is Tel Aviv, but I think that's no. It's working. That is Tel Aviv. It's live. Okay. You can see the cars moving. Well, that's Tel Aviv live. There you go. Oh, and I figured out how to stop the clicking. That's exciting. So there was this issue where I would have the Tel Aviv shot up and we'd hear clicking like every 20 seconds because I think there was a camera taking a picture every 20 seconds. But I figured out how to mute that audio. So now we have Tel Aviv and we have Israel-Lebanon border. And just to again show you a bigger shot of this, you can see it. That's the Tel Aviv shot. But you can see the traffic moving there at the bottom. That is a live shot. Good. Wonderful. Wonderful. All right. Let us take some more comments from you. Moira says, yes, the one above is Tel Aviv. JD thinks there's not going to be a response. Yeah, people are mentioning the Ukraine stuff once in a while. That's not the topic of the stream. I will give an update on it a little later. I can only cover really one thing at a time, pretty much. I mean, in theory, I can cover multiple things, but that we're really focusing on this right now. But I will, in a little bit, give you an update on that. Our viewer, Mr. Shay, says they're from Iran. I can't confirm that, but Mr. Shay says, I'm from Iran, and this problem is just so ridiculous. Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is a dictator. That's what Mr. Shay says. I don't have a Syria webcam. Rick Halter thinks Iran will attack between August 12th and August 13th. YT24 thinks Iran attacking would not solve anything. They already tested the attack scenario. Well, maybe they will do something different than they did in April. Most of the missiles and drones they shot in April got shot down. The Times of Israel says that Israel's security cabinet is meeting in the IDF's underground command room. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on a second. Let me see. They say Channel 12 talks about this. See if I can find the original report here. I don't know that they have a website, Channel 12. Anyways, they say Channel 12 says that the meeting is in order to drill for a potentially emergency situation. As I mentioned before, Channel 13 Israel is claiming that Channel 13 is claiming that Hezbollah will try to harm an Israeli official. I don't know that they're meeting right this second. I got to try to find the original report which talked about that security cabinet meeting. Yeah, guys, I do not have control over the camera angles. That is not something I have any control over. So I'm sorry, but I pay for the access to the cameras, but I don't have control over them. The defense minister of Israel today told the public, the enemy is trying to sow fear. We must continue with a normal lifestyle. Maybe I can get his, that's according to Channel 12, but maybe I can get his actual message. Hang on a second here. I'm going to try to get the defense minister's actual message. Yes. This is what the Yoav Gallant said today. Oops, this is a translation. Now this thing isn't working right. Hold on a second. I'm going to have to pause the... I got to do something for 30 more seconds. Hang on. Well, let's see if this works. I'm going to have to reset something. Give me one moment here. The video is going to pause just for a second. It'll be back. It'll be back. One sec. It's almost back. Where'd my Tel Aviv picture go? Now, why is this not working? Just one technical thing after another. All right, what I need is I got to pause the live shot for about 45 seconds. I'm sorry, but it's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. Sometimes you got to do it. Give me about 45 seconds. The live shot's going to pause. Then I'll show you what the defense minister had to say. I appreciate you guys being here for the stream. We're bringing you live updates. It is probably, it says 10, the clock is frozen. It'll be unfrozen in about 30 seconds or so. But it's about 10:40 Israel time. Yeah, we're going to miss it. Well, happens once in a while. I will unfreeze it as soon as I can. But I don't have a choice at this moment. If I want everything to work, I kind of have to reset everything. It's a lot of different things going on technically, and once in a while, it needs to get reset. All right, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. I appreciate your patience. We'll get you your live shot back. Live shots, that is. Hang on here. Okay, and now I just have to pull up this shot here. Sometimes things are just a little funky. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. Oops, I have to get the clock working. Let me just get the clock working. I can see the footage. I can see it. I'm telling you. Are you ready? I got it. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Oh, we're good now. Oh, there it is. We're live. We're live. We're back. Hey guys, we're back. Everything's working. We got the live shot from Tel Aviv on the top there. We got the live shot from the Israel-Lebanon border on the bottom. Just to show you here, if we make this bigger, the traffic is moving on that live shot up there. That is a live shot of Tel Aviv. So we got that back for you. Just getting everything else set up here. Oh, I was going to show you what the defense minister said. I'll show you that in a second. I'll show you what the defense minister said. Thanks so much to Child of God 74. I really appreciate your support for the channel. Child of God 74. Also, Lee R. Thank you so much, Lee, for your support. And Haniel Vargas. Thank you very much, Haniel. Oregon guy, our viewer, says, be patient. A response will come at the least likely time. War is deceit. That's what our viewer Oregon guy says. All right, here's what Defense Minister Gallant said. I'll put the translator on. Defense Minister Gallant said, in assessing the situation in the Home Front Command, I emphasize that the resilience of the public is what allows us to make correct operational decisions. In the face of the enemy's attempts to sow fear on the home front, we must continue with a normal lifestyle as much as possible. We work around the clock to give the public adequate warning in real time. You know, Israel has not changed its instructions to civilians since this assassination happened. And you can see one. I mean, I'm guessing if they knew like rockets were in the air or missiles were in the air, they would. But I think they're trying to not let the waiting. You know, they don't want to have total disruption. They don't want to give Iran the power to totally disrupt their society by saying they're going to attack sometime and then just waiting. Ryan Williams says it will happen on the 12th with 5 exclamation points. Thanks also. Wow, Krista Baresi just gave 50 people memberships. Oh my gosh. Krista, thanks so much. That's so nice of you. 50 of you just got memberships over on YouTube from Krista. Make sure you thank Krista if she gave you a membership, or anyone else who gave you a membership. That is very generous of Krista Baresi. Thank you. To be legit says, what is U.S. position? Are we hitting Iran military installations if they launch, or are we just deflecting missiles? Well, in April, the U.S. didn't. It would be very provocative if the U.S. attacked Iranian soil. So that would, and that's not what happened in April. The U.S. says they're there to protect Israel, but they'll do what they need to do, I guess. But again, that would not be the U.S.'s first choice, to directly strike Iranian territory. So if that happens, things have very much escalated. Fiona says Tel Aviv going quiet on flight radar. I have not seen any reports of new aircraft disruptions tonight. I'll take a quick peek at it, but I have not heard anything about, new strange stuff going on with flight radar. I mean, I see a plane that plane is coming in to land at Tel Aviv. That plane is going to Amman. But that plane is definitely coming in to land at Tel Aviv, for whatever that's worth. That plane took off from Tel Aviv about half an hour ago. I can look up the Tel Aviv airport here. Click on this. There's the airport, Tel Aviv. Flight radar 24. Arrivals. There's one delayed, scheduled, delayed, canceled, scheduled. So most of those are unscheduled. Departures, scheduled, canceled, scheduled. It's not like they're all canceled. So. Doesn't look like too much is off there. Just from eyeballing it. What I said 10 minutes, what the Wall Street Journal said that some officials believe it might happen this weekend. That's what the Wall Street Journal said. Anonymous Nobody thinks what will happen on the 12th. Hey, thank you, Anonymous Nobody. That's very nice of you. Thanks also to our member, Mark M. Kind of an eerie quiet for a couple days, I think. Oh, some people are messaging me some stuff too, so I'll check your messages. Some viewers are saying that there's a report of some airstrike in southern Lebanon. That's the kind that happens regularly. So that is probably not related to all of this. Israel and Hezbollah and Lebanon have been attacking each other at the border since last October. Yeah, I'm seeing it on some yeah. So like, Cod Telegram channel said Israel attacked a target in the town of Al Kafir in southern Lebanon. So, but again, that is common these days. Yeah, but some different Telegram channels I follow say there was a strike, an Israeli airstrike in southern Lebanon, across the border from Israel. So thanks to the viewers for writing in about that. If I hear more about the Israeli strike or strikes in Lebanon, I will let you know. I do not have video of it. Parallel Universe says that there's video. A building was targeted and completely destroyed. I'll post a link to that. I'll post a link to supposedly a couple videos of a strike, an Israeli strike in Lebanon that a person I follow just posted. I don't own the videos, but I just posted a link in the chat. That link is to Parallel Universe, who I follow, posted a few videos that supposedly show the site where a building was struck by Israel in Lebanon. Yeah, one of our viewers had sent me IL Red Alert on Twitter, or X, said airstrike reported in Haniyeh, southern Lebanon. That's the video the video clips I just posted from Parallel Universe is supposedly from that. And then Roy Case, yes, Roy Case said this. He is a reporter, he said the same thing. He said, with Channel 11, he said, media in Lebanon are reporting an attack in the town of Hanawiya in the Sur region of southern Lebanon, which would be near the, I can show you on a map where it is, but it's going to be near the Israel border. And again, that's a very normal occurrence these days. But let me show you on a map where we're talking about. I need to get this map on the screen for you. Okay, so here's this map. Oops. Here's a Google map. Hanawiya. And as you can see on the map, this place in Lebanon, a village, is just north of the border. That's the border, the black line. Looks like it's about just maybe 10 miles north of the border with Israel. So there's reports of some sort of strike there by Israel. I'll post a photo of it from Roy Case. Maybe Israel carrying out a targeted, assassination strike or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, earlier there was a possible Israeli strike in Syria, which is another common thing. Israel commonly strikes Syria when they believe, like Iran is, for example, when Iran is trying to bring weapons into the region, that kind of thing. They will often attack Iranian-related targets in Syria. Also, apparently, and this has been going on every day, there's still Israeli strikes in Gaza. So Al Jazeera just reported a few minutes ago that their correspondent said there were 1 dead and a number of injured as a result of Israel bombing a house, targeting a house east of Khan Yunis in Gaza. So we've heard about some Israeli military strikes in Gaza and Lebanon and Syria and Lebanon tonight. Hey, thanks to Lexa Fulmer, our member, and thanks so much, Walter Beasley. Walter says, Bibi baiting them to stay out of jail. Sooner or later, Russia will move and things will get tricky. Thank you so much, Walter Beasley. I think Walter's saying something like Bibi wants to continue the conflict so that he stays prime minister and avoids the criminal prosecution. I don't even know how that's working with him these days. His corruption trial, according to AP, began in May 2020. That's when his trial began, May 2020. There is a list of more than 300 witnesses. They haven't gotten all the witnesses. There's an article. That's an article from last year. That's an article from last year. I think it's still going on, though, isn't it? Let me see. Hold on. Let me look. Wikipedia says, as of June 2024, his corruption trial is still ongoing. That's what Wikipedia says about the trial of Benjamin Netanyahu. It began in 2020. He's the prime minister. I'll post the link to the Wikipedia article in the chat. The prosecution rested in June, it says. Well, this article isn't up to date. I don't have an update for you on this. I honestly don't know what the current situation of that trial is. Because it's August now. Can't find anything about it. If somebody has an article from like the last 2 weeks about the current status of Prime Minister Netanyahu's corruption trial, let me know. Because I can't even find an article, a new article about it. Anyways. Melody Jane, we already did a poll. We'll do another one soon. We'll do another one soon, I promise. Thank you to Melody Jane. Thank you also Paul Abhedian, Paul Abhedin S, for being a member. And Grant A, thank you Grant A for your support. And John MC. And Krista Barisi, who gave 50 memberships, she became a member too. Thanks, Krista. I'm just checking for updates here. I'm going to check some more of your comments too. Thank you, Walter. I appreciate that, Walter. Thanks so much for all your support. Walter Beasley, thank you. Here is an update on the Syria news. I have an update on Syria, guys. A small update on Syria. Check it out from Reuters. Four soldiers injured in Israeli aggression targeting Syria's central region, is state media says. 4 military personnel were wounded in an Israeli air aggression targeting Syria's central region, the Syria state media posted Thursday. As to the nature of all that, I don't know. I can't confirm that, but that is a new report right there. Ahmad says the central region is the city of Homs. It is 11:03, guys. 11:03 p.m. It is Thursday night. It is over 9 days after Israel assassinated the Hezbollah leader, the Hezbollah top commander Fuad Shakir in Beirut. It is almost 9 days since Israel is believed to have assassinated the political leader of Hezbollah, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran, Iran. It is widely believed, not least because they have said they will, that Iran and Hezbollah, and possibly other Iranian proxy groups, will be attacking Israel at some point in response to these assassinations. But it has not happened yet. Shabin says they are not going to attack. I don't know what city you're looking at, but you are looking at the big view is a view of the Israel-Lebanon border. You're looking at Israel. Hang on a second here. I wanted to show you something I saw, which is an update on the different airlines. Reuters, fact box, airlines suspend flights as Middle East tensions rise. They have a whole list of all the of airline suspensions. So I'll read you some of these. El Algeria, the Algerian airline temporarily suspended flights to and from Lebanon until further notice. Air India suspended flights to and from Tel Aviv through August 8th. I wonder, that's today, I wonder if they'll extend that. Air France, KLM. Air France suspended flights between Paris and Beirut until August 11th. Its Dutch arm, KLM, has canceled all its flights to and from Tel Aviv until October 26th. Delta Airlines suspended flights between New York and Tel Aviv until August 31st. EasyJet stopped flying to and from Tel Aviv in April and will resume flights on March 30th, 2025. Italy's ITA Airways suspended its flights to and from Tel Aviv through August 10th. Lufthansa, the German airline, has extended its avoidance of Iranian and Iraqi airspace and said it would suspend flights to and from Tel Aviv, Tehran, Beirut, Amman, and the Iraqi city of Erbil through August 13th. Swiss Airlines, a unit of Lufthansa, extended their suspension of flights to and from Tel Aviv and Beirut until August 13th. They are also avoiding airspace over Israel, Iran, and Iraq until then. Royal Jordanian Airlines resumed flights to the Lebanese capital Beirut beginning August 8th. They had been suspended since July 29th. Ryanair, Europe's biggest budget airline, canceled flights to and from Tel Aviv until August 23rd. Singapore Airlines, the airline stopped flying over Iranian airspace and is using alternative routes. United Airlines, the U.S.-based carrier, said flights to Tel Aviv, which were paused on July 31st, remain suspended. And Lebanese airspace alerts. Britain advised UK airlines to not enter Lebanese airspace from August 8th until November 4th. citing potential risk to aviation from military activity. So there's a summary. Thank you so much, Jezebel1001, for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you to our moderators as well. AJ is moderating on YouTube. Thank you, AJ. Danny James is moderating. Thank you, Danny James, over there on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over there on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, Hearsay, Idaho Star, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. And on Facebook, oops, hold on a moment. On Facebook, Charlotte Webb, thank you. Paul Anderson, thank you. Raven Lynn. And all of our other moderators. Hang on a moment here. By the way, the Wall Street, just a little bit of an aside here, just a little bit of an aside on a different topic. The Wall Street Journal says that it got videos of local Pennsylvania police complaining after the attempted assassination of Trump at the Trump rally. These local police in videos were complaining that they had warned the Secret Service days in advance that the building the shooter was on needed protection. And on one of the videos, says the Wall Street Journal, the local officer says, I blanking told them that they needed to post guys blanking over there. I told them that blanking Tuesday, said the local officer. I talked to the Secret Service guys. They're like, yeah, no problem. We're going to post guys over there. Anyways, that's according to the Wall Street Journal. It's another word, not blanking. So just updating you about that. I've been seeing that reported. We'll talk a little bit about Ukraine too in a second. I don't know why we don't have it. There's another shot. I'm fine with this shot. There's actually a second shot that we normally have of the Israel-Lebanon border. And for whatever reason, we don't have that shot right now. Oh, I know. So Reuters says that there currently are technical issues with the other border shot. So hopefully we get that back soon. That's what Reuters said. So they said there's technical issues with the other border shot. Oh, a little update here. Our viewer messaged me about this. Our viewer Avion. Thanks, Avion. Hang on. Hold on. Parissa Hafesi with Reuters. She is with Reuters. Parissa Hafesi reports that United Airlines, oh, this was yesterday. That was yesterday. It says, did she have the wrong day? She said United Airlines said yesterday it suspended flights to Tel Aviv for the foreseeable future and plans to resume them when it is safe for its customers and crew. But she just posted that. I'm a little confused as why she just posted that, given that she said it was yesterday. I'm seeing some different accounts post this, but was it yesterday or today? Let me see. Let me see if I can get an update for you guys. I don't know. I'm a little confused about that. I don't know if that's new news or not. It's kind of confusing. Oh. I think I might have a better idea of what's going on. Maybe they're like removing it from their schedule or something. I'll let you know when I have more on that, something more reliable. I think maybe it's like a thing where they're removing it from its schedule. Angry Auto React says, I'm looking at a United Airlines jet stream for travel agents. The notice of suspension of service was August 2nd and is effect through August 31st. Again, I think there's some sort of new development today with that, but I'll let you know. Ronald Soriano thinks that's going to happen next week. Oh, Dashark sent me an article. Oh, so the Shark sent me an article from Times of Israel that says the prosecution rested its case this week in the Prime Minister Netanyahu corruption case. And the defense portion of the case is December 2nd. The case has been going on since 2020. The trial opened in 2020. Oh, the trial opened in 2020 and is seen as unlikely to end before 2028 or 2029, including potential appeals. Okay. I don't want to get into all that right now, but I don't know when the initial decision would be made on it or something, but it says defense portion December 2nd. Thanks to Shark. Ton Langenbach is watching from the Netherlands. Robert R., thank you for your support. Hey, thanks, Robert R. Robert says, do you think Iran has possibly decided against striking Israel? Maybe they have concluded it's not worth the risk of Israeli retaliation. No. I have not seen any good argument for why Iran would have changed its mind. There have been a couple articles floating around claiming that Iran is reconsidering it. I just don't see what the argument is. So the facts haven't changed. The two assassinations last week they still happened. Nothing changed that. This idea that the U.S. said something to Iran to make them scared. What did the U.S. say different to Iran this time than they said to them other times? I just don't understand what the reason is supposed to be that they changed their mind. I think I saw one article that claimed like maybe they weren't, that it's been now several days and they're not as emotional anymore. I mean, it just seems ridiculous. So, I mean, they could change their mind, but I just don't understand what is supposed to happen. I have never been presented with what I think is a good argument for why they would change their mind. There's good arguments why they would want to respond. Especially that they think the argument that they think they need to deter Israel to stop them from doing this kind of stuff, like carrying out assassinations in Tehran of guests of Tehran who are leaders in organizations Iran supports. So, again, I don't know what's happening, but I just don't understand what the big reason is they're supposed to change their mind. So to not escalate to a full-blown war? Yeah, but But they knew nothing is different than 8 days ago. It's not like 8 days ago they would have been like, let's do an attack, and then they just woke up, and then the Supreme Leader, what does he wake up 2 days ago? And he's like, oh my gosh, you know what I just realized? I just realized that if we launch an attack, that could escalate things. Why didn't I realize this for the last 8 days? Well, I better call the Supreme Council together and let them know my great new realization. I mean, this is the kind of, it doesn't make sense to me. So I have a hard time believing that they're changing their mind. Now, that doesn't mean they aren't. I've never been presented with what I find a compelling reason for it. Joe of Aces says the entire point of the operation is to send a message. Escalation is kind of implied. I mean, I'm guessing they would try to send a message in a way they think will help deter, but not escalate things unnecessarily. Thanks to our member Anna Maria. Steve Smith says, could be that the kind of attack they want will take long to plan, so saying we changed our mind allows for time and a surprise attack later. Son of Odin thinks Iran is rethinking it with the firepower the U.S. moved to the region. But I would just have to imagine Iran would anticipate the U.S. would. The U.S. already had firepower in the region. Nothing the U.S. has done, I can imagine, is a surprise to Iran. I can't imagine that they're surprised about anything the U.S. has done. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. Martin thinks there's a possibility if they retaliate, it could end Iran as we know it. I think they know that. Again, I just don't think anything has really changed. Avion, our viewer, thinks a possible reason for rethinking is that Washington officials offered them money to stand down. Otherwise, it affects the presidential campaign. Iran uses that money to further the weapons supply, and they wait it out. I have no evidence of this. I have no evidence that this has happened. I mean, first of all, that might be illegal, because I mean, that would be like, I mean, money has to be just the way the country works, the way the government works is money has to be approved by the government. Now, maybe there's some sort of secret discretionary fund somewhere, I don't know, but that would also run the risk of whoever did that, it would be very, very risky, because if it was found out, it'd be this huge scandal. So those are my thoughts on it. Like, I don't know what's happening for sure. Also, now, maybe a bit more realistically, you could say, well, maybe the administration says to them, Iran, if you don't attack, we'll do some concessions on something else in the future. The problem with that is, though, this current administration might not be the administration in 5 months. So any kind of plan for the future agreement would not necessarily be held to by if Trump were to win. So I certainly don't rule out that a country could, like the U.S., could try to encourage Iran by mentioning future concessions or something. But just from a completely non-expert perspective, I think there's probably other ways they might go about it than like secret suitcases of money or something. But thank you, Avion, for writing in. I appreciate the question. You know, Maybe the U.S. says something like, if you can get Hamas to agree to a ceasefire, we'll do this for you in the future. I don't know. $11.29. Yeah, our viewer Amazon mentioned Israeli strikes on Lebanon. We already mentioned this earlier, that Israel apparently struck one or more sites in southern Lebanon tonight. But that is a common occurrence. That has been going on for months and months, the back and forth on the border. So I don't think that's related to the response. Walter says, I don't think folks know how powerful Iran is. Thank you, Walter, for your support. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mention here an update on the Ukraine situation while we have a second. While we have a second here, let me read you a little update on the Ukraine-Russia situation. Russia says troops are battling to push Ukrainian forces back after a cross-border incursion in Kursk. Kursk is part of Russia. So the last couple of days, the Ukrainian armed forces have made this incursion into Russian territory, a surprise incursion. The Associated Press says Russian troops are battling to push back Ukrainian forces from the Kursk region on the third day of one of the largest cross-border incursions of the war, said the Russian Defense Ministry. Now, you have to take what they say with a grain of salt, the Russian Defense Ministry. The Russian Defense Ministry said that the Russian military and border guards have blocked Ukrainian forces from pushing deeper into the region in southwestern Russia. Have they blocked them? I don't know. It said the army is attacking Ukrainian fighters trying to advance into the area from Ukraine's Sumy region. Ukrainian troops had advanced as much as 9 miles into Russian territory, according to the Institute for the Study of War. That data has not been officially confirmed. Ukraine has officially not commented on the incursion. In a video addressed to the nation late last night, or late Thursday, that would be tonight, Ukraine's President Zelensky did not mention the fighting in the Kursk region, but emphasized that Russia brought the war to our land and it should feel what it has done. Zelensky said Ukrainians know how to achieve their goals. And he added that he received 3 productive reports, exactly the kind our country needs now, on Thursday from the commander of Ukraine's armed forces. Russia says that its military has stopped the Ukrainian advances, but into Russian territory. But military bloggers and open source data indicate Ukrainian troops have made gains in several areas of Kursk, Russia. The Kursk region's acting governor briefed President Putin of Russia on conditions there by video link Thursday. He said the region plans to equip gas stations with electronic warfare units and provide them with unspecified armored defense. Kursk regional authorities reported Wednesday that at least 5 civilians, including 2 ambulance workers, were killed. Russia's health ministry says 66 civilians, including 9 children, have been wounded in Kursk in the 3 days of fighting. Putin, who described the Ukrainian incursion into Kursk as a large-scale provocation that involved indiscriminate shelling of civilian buildings, residential houses, and ambulances, was briefed on the situation by his top military and security officials on Wednesday. John Kirby, the White House national security spokesman, declined to comment on the situation and said the Biden administration has reached out to the Ukrainians to better understand the situation. The cross-border foray would be among Ukraine's largest since Russia launched its full-scale invasion on February 24, 2022. The Associated Press says Ukraine's aim could be to draw Russian reserves to the area, potentially weakening Moscow's offensive operations in several parts of Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region, where Russian forces have increased attacks and are advancing gradually toward operationally significant gains. But the offensive by Ukraine could risk stretching outmanned Ukrainian troops further along the front line, which is more than 620 miles long. Even if Russia were to commit reserves to stabilize the new front, given its vast manpower and the relatively small number of Ukrainian forces engaged in the operation will likely have little long-term impact, says Associated Press. Pulling units from the front line to stabilize the Kursk region would also be time-consuming. However, the operation could boost Ukrainian morale at a time when Ukraine's forces are facing relentless Russian attacks, with more expected in the coming weeks. A top advisor to Zelensky said Thursday that border region attacks will cause Russia to start to realize that the war is slowly creeping inside of Russian territory. He also suggested such an operation would improve Kyiv's hand in the event of negotiations with Moscow. The advisor to Zelensky, Mikhailo Podolyak, said, "When will it be possible to conduct a negotiation process in the way that we can push them or get something from them? Only when the war is not going on according to their scenarios," he said. Russian forces have swiftly repelled previous cross-border incursions, but not before they caused damage and embarrassed authorities. Previous incursions into Russia's Belgorod and Bryansk regions has been claimed by 2 murky groups, the Russian Volunteer Corps and the Freedom of Russia Legion, both made up of Russian citizens and who have fought alongside Ukrainian forces. This incursion into Russia is believed to be carried out by, regular Ukrainian armed troops. The Kursk region's border with Ukraine is 150 miles long, making it possible for saboteur groups to launch swift incursions and capture some ground before Russia deploys reinforcements. Anyways, that's a little update for you. One of our viewers thinks, Rex thinks they are going for the Kursk nuclear power plant. I can't say if they are. Intel Crab, who I follow, had posted something earlier today saying that where's Intel Crab's post? Maybe Intel Crab removed it. I thought Intel Crab had a post talking about that the current front was X number of miles from the nuclear power plant in Kursk. But I can't see it there now. Frylock thinks it was around 50 miles a few hours ago. That I cannot confirm. I'll keep an eye out for updates on that. I do not have any live cams available from Kursk. Thank you, King of Judah, for your support. Stephen Christian, our viewer, says the U.S. government will only defend Israel, not attack Iran. Stephen Christian says, Israel assassinated an official under Iran's protection, makes them look weak to their allies. They have to respond. Thank you, Stephen Christian, for writing in. And thanks so much to Chris Canada, Quebec City, who says Iran believes this wait is not useless. The USA and other countries, organizations must exert incredible pressure to calm things down. There are negotiations, ultimatums, etc. No untimely emotion. Thank you, Chris. You know, one thing Chris reminds me of is that the head of Hezbollah said a couple days ago that the waiting is part of the punishment. That is what the head of Hezbollah said. The waiting is part of the punishment. Hey, also, thank you so much to Paul Laughlin. Thank you so much, Paul, for your support. I really appreciate it, Paul Laughlin. Our viewer Human says, if Iran doesn't deter Israel now, they are only inviting more transgressions. Glad Ruiz writes in and says, I saw a guy who was a scholar on the Middle East. He said it would probably take 12 days from the event for their retaliation. That's what it took in April. Anyway, he said it would be August 12th or 13th, possibly because it's a Jewish holiday. It's a day of fasting where Israel marks, by the way, Tish B'Av, a day of fasting where the Jewish people remember tragedies from their history. Glad says, take it for what it's worth. Thank you, Glad Ruiz, for writing in. Thank you also, Matt Zero, for your kind words. Hang on a moment here. It is 11:42 p.m., almost 11:43 p.m., Israel time. There has not been even a red alert, not even a single rocket alert the whole time we've been on the air tonight. Tony Blakemore, our viewer, says, very busy in Iran on flight radar tonight. I can't say comparatively. Looks about similar to me than it was last night, but there's certainly plenty of planes flying over Iran right now. Hasseldehoff says, what will tonight bring? I have no idea. I just don't know. Hey, thanks to Dashark for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you, Dashark. Thank you for those gift memberships. Patrick O'Connell, thank you. Yes, Patrick O'Connell, I shared that report earlier where Channel 13 Israel claims that Israel believes Hezbollah will try to harm an Israeli official or leader. We talked about that earlier. Yeah, Channel 13 claims Hezbollah will try to harm an Israeli official. Is that true? I don't know. Thank you, Freedom CAD as well. Thank you so much, Freedom CAD. Khan News from Israel says that Israel is estimating that Hezbollah, that there will be a response from Hezbollah and I think they say Iran. Yes, they believe that Iran and Hezbollah will attack, and Khan News says Israel thinks Hezbollah will fire precise missiles, and its destination will be the Kriya base and other intelligence bases. I think they mean, yeah, the Kriya, says Wikipedia, is an area in central Tel Aviv consisting of an urban military base and a civilian area south of it. So, again, Khan News Israel says Israel thinks that Hezbollah will launch precision missiles and they will fire them at the Kriya base and other intelligence bases in Israel. Also, the U.S. Central Command commander, Michael Kurilla, visited Israel once again today to coordinate preparation for the attack by Iran and Hezbollah and possibly others. U.S. Central Command is one of the commands under the U.S. Department of Defense, and their responsibility includes the Middle East. Stephen Fawcett, our viewer, says both sides are setting up their toys. Thank you, Veninja K. Yes, Veninja K asked about Ukraine. Literally, just about 10 or 15 minutes ago, Veninja K, we took about 10 minutes and read an update on Ukraine. We just covered it here. So if I hear more updates, we will talk about it. We'll probably talk about it later anyway. But we literally just did an update on it about 10 or 15 minutes ago here. Thank you so much, Veninja K, about the Ukraine raid into the Kursk region of Russia, which is been going on for several days. Hang on. I might post something for you guys. Hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. One moment here. What is this? One moment here. Oh, sorry. I'm not going to worry about that right now. We are still looking at the Israel-Lebanon border on the big shot and Tel Aviv on the smaller shot. Idris Ali with Reuters says the Pentagon has revised downward the number of U.S. personnel injured in the attack on the al-Assad base in Iraq earlier this week from 7 to 5. 3 of those injured have been moved to a medical center in Germany. I'm just checking for updates here. Oh, here's something about the United Airlines. I got an update on United Airlines. This is from Reuters. United suspends flights to Tel Aviv for the foreseeable future. The article says. United Airlines said today it has suspended flights to Tel Aviv for the foreseeable future and plans to resume them when it is safe for its customers and crew. It says, hold on. Many airlines globally are revising their schedules to avoid Iranian and Lebanese airspace while also calling off flights to Israel and Lebanon amid growing fears of a possible broader conflict in the region after the killing of senior members of militant groups Hamas and Hezbollah. United suspended its daily Newark, New Jersey to Tel Aviv service on July 31st, citing security reasons. The flight, however, was available for booking from September 1st. On Thursday, United said it is now removing the Tel Aviv flights from its schedule. Customers can seek refunds or rebook United flights to any city in Europe or the Middle East, it said. Its rival Delta Airlines has halted its flights between New York and Tel Aviv through August 31st. That is from Reuters. Thank you, Martin Gingrich, for your support. Martin says, do you think Israel will immediately strike the source from incoming Hezbollah missiles, or would that be considered escalation? I don't know enough about whether Israel has the capacity to just strike the sources. Like, where are they being launched from? Are they being launched from more? If you're saying Hezbollah fires stuff at Israel, are you talking about missiles? Are they mobile launchers that can just be moved really quick? So I don't know what Israel's capacity is to strike launch sites, and whether they would. It's a good question, but I don't know. So how soon after, if Hezbollah launched an attack on Israel from Lebanon, how soon after would Israel strike against Hezbollah? It's a good question. I can't tell you. Maybe they'd want to wait and see before striking back at Hezbollah how bad the damage was from the attack. Our viewer Shakalaka says, my guess is Israel is locked and loaded. Is there a siren warning before the attacks? Well, there would be a siren warning if Israel detected projectiles coming towards Israel. So my assumption is yes. Shadow says 6530. Shadow 6530 says, don't think we will see it tonight. Oh, I was going to give you an update on the Japan earthquake, too. I wanted to mention that real quick, while we have a second. Fazi Elahi thinks it'll be 7 to 10 more days. Give me one moment for a second. Give me one moment here. Thanks for your patience. So, just a little off topic here. There was a 7.1 earthquake, I believe. Earlier today in Japan, which caused some minor injuries. But after the earthquake, Japan issued a warning because there is a certain area in Japan where roughly, as I understand it, roughly every 100 years, there's a very major earthquake in this area. And there's a real concern in Japan that the next one of these could be close to happening. And that when it happens, it could be like even much more damaging than the earthquake that caused the big tsunami, I think it was 2011. So it's the area I'm talking about, it's called the Nankai Trough. The Nankai Trough. So what happened is Japan issued a warning saying that the likelihood had gone up for a earthquake in the Nankai Trough. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. You can't predict earthquakes like that, but they want people to be aware of it, because if there was, for example, if there was a tsunami from a big Nankai Trough earthquake, people would have much less time to get to higher ground than they did in whatever it was in 2011. And we know how bad 2011 was. So they want to just have people be vigilant for this possibility. So I'm going to read you a little something about that. But that's the basic idea. I believe it was Japan's first ever warning about a Nankai Trough earthquake. Yes, as Jackie says, it's an increase in the chance it will happen. Anyways, let me read you something while we're watching this. And we'll certainly get back to the Iran and Israel stuff and everything. But I want to just read you something real quick from Associated Press. A powerful quake hits off Japan's coast, causing minor injuries but prompting new concerns. All right. So what they said is, this is from Associated Press. A powerful earthquake struck off southern Japan on Thursday, causing mostly minor injuries, but raising the level of concern over possible major quakes stemming from an undersea trough east of the coast. Okay. AP says, officials said 9 people were injured on Japan's most southern main island of Kyushu, but the injuries were mostly minor. There were no reports of serious damage, and tsunami advisories for the quake were later lifted. However, the earthquake prompted seismologists to hold an emergency meeting in which they reassess and raise the level of risk of major quakes associated with the Nankai Trough east of southern Japan. Seismologists at the agency held an emergency meeting to analyze whether the quake had affected the nearby Nankai Trough, the source of past devastating earthquakes. They later issued an assessment that the potential for a future quake in the area from Kyushu to central Japan is higher than previously predicted. The agency said it will continue to closely watch movements of plates near the Nankai Trough. Oops, I dropped my chapstick. Hold on. Where'd it go? This does not mean there is an imminent danger of a big quake in the near future, but they urged residents on the coasts along the trough, which spans around 310 miles, to review their quake preparedness. There is a 70% to 80% chance of a magnitude 8 to 9 earthquake stemming from the Nankai Trough within the next 30 years, said University of Tokyo seismologist Naoshi Harada, a member of an expert panel. Again, there is a 70 to 80% chance of a magnitude 8 to 9 quake stemming from the Nankai Trough within the next 30 years. He said Thursday's quake raises that probability. Today's quake raised that probability, even while the timing or exact location cannot be predicted. He urged residents to keep their caution levels high for a week for the time being. Anyways, so I wanted to mention that. They actually, the 2011 earthquake was a 9 to 9.1. But again, the articles I have read suggest that the devastation, the damage from a Nankai trough earthquake could be much worse than the Japan earthquake of 2011. If you want to know more about this, one place you can look is Wikipedia Nankai megathrust earthquakes. There is a fault under the Nankai trough. Ahmad thinks if Iran doesn't do it today, it won't bomb at all. I'll remind you, it took Iran 12 days to respond in April, just to be clear. So Wikipedia says, if you look at the Wikipedia article I was mentioning about Nankai megathrust earthquakes, Wikipedia says it is predicted that the economic damage from a major earthquake on the Nankai trough is likely to be 10 times higher than the 2011 earthquake and tsunami. A death toll as high as 200,000 has been suggested for such an event. The last one of these earthquakes was in 1946. I'll post a link to the Wikipedia article in the chat. Anyways, I know it's not about this story, but I thought I would mention that to you guys, because it is another story going on. Rick Bailey says, didn't it take Iran 12 days in April to respond due to their 30-day holiday? Oh, you're saying like, hold on a second here, Ramadan? Because Ramadan was March and April? Their attack was, I think it was a few days after Ramadan ended. I don't know if that was why. I don't know. The attack on April was on April 13th to 14th. Ramadan ended on April 9th, according to Google. For whatever it's worth, the weekly day of rest in Judaism, Shabbat, begins on Friday night and ends on Saturday night. Mujisu says Ramadan isn't a 30-day holiday, it's just 30 holy days. Medilad says, why is everyone watching the sky? There are other ways Iran could launch a massive attack. The New York Times says speculation about how Iran and Hezbollah might respond has kept the region on edge for days. The New York Times says intelligence about what might happen has been sparse and frequently changing. The Times said they talked to several officials who said that Hezbollah is likely to strike first in a separate attack before Iran conducts its own retaliation. Is that true? I have no idea. I have no idea. The New York Times also says that in spite of Israel having defenses against rockets and missiles, if Iran and Hezbollah could fire enough munitions to overwhelm Israel's defenses, they could also fire swarms of drones, which fly under low altitudes on unpredictable trajectories and leave little radar signature, making tracking and destroying them far more difficult. I would not be surprised, for example, to have a bunch of drones launched from Hezbollah from across the border, where it would only take minutes for them to get to Israeli targets. Some Israeli targets. I mean, the further into the country would take longer. I think the Institute for the Study of War said something like Haifa it would take drones like 15 minutes to reach Haifa from Lebanon. No, shortly I'm going to put some food in the air fryer. I got to do that shortly, as I always have to do. I kind of feel like there will be some development soon. I can't say it'll be like the big attack, but I would be surprised if there were not some sort of new development soon. a sec here. The Guardian had a story today claiming that Iran may rethink reprisals. They think that the Guardian claims that Iran may be rethinking the scale and format of the planned attack on Israel, but it is not likely to be put off completely by the absence of explicit support from Muslim states for an Iranian military response. The Guardian also claims that Israeli officials believe that Hezbollah, which is supported by Iran, will carry out an attack in the next few days in response to the killing of Israel's killing of a senior Hezbollah commander last week. I feel like there's all these different reports about it. I feel like people really don't know. There's just so many different reports about what might happen. Faisal Alahi says 7 to 10 days to attack as Iran is preparing air defense S-400 from Russia. Some of our viewers think Iran is getting air defenses from Russia and is setting them up. Baby Milks thinks Iran is too scared to retaliate. Winding Road says, I think it will be a total surprise. Turned Off says Iran doesn't even know. So I am planning on continuing this coverage tonight and continuing the stream. What I think I might do is do that thing I do after a few hours where I take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. I think I'm about to do that, put some food in the air fryer. But I'm going to leave the streams up, obviously, and I'll come back in 5 minutes. It's that time when we do it. But I'm not eating it yet because I'm just putting it in there to cook. While I'm pulling, if in the unlikely event that something happens while I'm putting the food in, I'll obviously stop putting the food in and run back in here. All right, so give me 5 minutes. I am coming back. Oops, that's obviously too big. I am coming back in 5 minutes. Hang out, watch the footage, and you can chat, and I'll see you in 5 minutes. What happened? We lost the video. Uh-oh. Hold on. That was Caracas. The video of Tel Aviv switched to Caracas. All right. Well, we have to get a different video up there. I have a different video I can show you. Hang on, I'm going to switch the video up top. Hang on 1 second here. One moment. Technical thing. I'll explain what I'm doing in a second. Oh, okay. By the way, I think I got the Haifa video. I think we got the Haifa video. Let's see. No, that's not it. I was messaging the technical support because of I was having an issue with the video. All right, now how about now? Let's see. Hey, we got Haifa. We got the video of Haifa. Okay, good. There you go. Haifa, Israel, guys. Let me make it big for you for a second so you can see. Yeah, you can see lights. Yeah, I think there's lights going on and off. Yeah, I'm seeing lights go on and off. That's a live shot. There's some blinking lights there. Haifa is about 20 miles south of the Lebanon-Israel border. So we got that up for you. And then, hang on a moment here. Give me about 15 seconds. Give me about 15 seconds. Hang on. 15 seconds. Thanks for your patience. So what we're doing is, my food is cooking in the air fryer, and we are bringing you the latest updates. It is now it's now after midnight. It is now Friday morning, Israel time, as the world and Israel continues to wait for anticipated attacks by Iran and Hezbollah, and possibly other Iranian proxies, in response to two presumed Israeli assassinations, one in Lebanon, one in Tehran of last week. Israel admits doing the one in Hezbollah in Beirut of the Hezbollah top general. They have not admitted assassinating the Hamas leader in Tehran, but it is widely believed they did it. What is this here? Oh, see. I'm going to read some of your comments in a second. Give me 1 sec here. Thank you, Harry Sound and Smooth, for your support, and Smooth Blue. Bob Birkin says, what comes often is they will wait for the right moment. I wonder what kind of moment. Bob Co says, Iran's still waiting and thinking? The assassinations happened approximately 9 days ago. Pam Ranch was wondering how many days this has been. In April, when Iran struck Israel, it was 12 days after Israel struck an Iranian building. Susan Stater says Iran won't respect Shabbat. Our viewer Rich Mix thinks Iran is looking weaker as the days move on. Thanks for modding, by the way, AJ. Thank you so much, AJ, for being there. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Big thank you. On Facebook, Charlotte Webb, Paul Anderson, Raven Lynn, Christina Neal, Ronald Egnor, thank you. And on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thanks also to Qbat for the gift sub on Twitch. I appreciate that. And Frylock OG for the on-screen celebration. And Namaxwe1 for the gift sub. And Jezebel1001 for subscribing. Greg, our viewer, says, I'm not buying the psychological warfare. Iran is either delaying because waiting would decrease tensions, or Iran doesn't know what to do. Sicilian thinks Iran is coming to the realization they will get their butt kicked if they escalate. It's me, says Nasrallah, said they are waiting on purpose. It's part of their psychological warfare. Partridge says it takes time to set up everything. Maybe it does. To figure out what to do and then set it up. Oh, PW360 said the Washington Post has a different report about what might happen. There's all these different reports. I have to find the article. I can't find it at the moment. Thank you, Long Range Precision Shooting, who says, I think Iran is looking weak also. Thank you, Martin Gingrich, who says, could also be strategy disagreements in their leadership. Maybe they still haven't agreed on what to do. All right, we're going to talk more about this when I eat. I need to eat. My food is done. I need to eat. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to leave the stream up. I'm going to go, some of you know the drill. I'm going to go eat my food. If at any time while I'm eating, anything big happens, I will drop my fork and run back in here and continue. If nothing happens while I eat, I'll come back in after I eat and we'll continue the coverage. You can talk in the chats. I'll leave the footage up. I'll be watching the footage myself. But I have to eat something. I haven't eaten all day. It's not good. I waited too long to eat today. I'm not in a good place. I'll be in a better place once I eat. Hang out if you'd like and chill and talk to each other. And I'm going to eat and I'm going to come back. That's what's going to happen. I really appreciate you guys all being with me for the coverage. We'll check out some more articles. We'll read some more of your comments. We'll get you more updates when we come back. Okay. There. Steve is eating. He'll be back shortly. How's that? There we go. All right. I'm gonna eat. Again, I'll be keeping an eye on things. If things happen while I eat, I will certainly run back in here. And then so the eating will not keep me from covering anything. All right. I'll see you guys in a little bit, and we'll leave the streams up for you to watch. Maybe I'll turn the volume up a little more for you. A little more volume. Oh, I got to take out my headphones. Things will pause for a second. Let's see here. Give me a second. Things will probably pause for a second. Hang on. How is that volume level? How is the volume level? Too loud? Good volume? Is that good volume? Want it louder? People are saying the volume is good. A little louder? Too loud? Most people are saying it's good. I'm going to leave it like, you can always turn it down on your end. All right, I'm going to leave it right there. All right, we're back. I'm back. You're still here. Thank you for your patience. Let me put my headphones on. Hang on 1 second here. Excuse me. All right, let me put my headphones on. Hang on a moment here. Now I can hear. Now I can hear. Thanks for your patience. We are back. It is 1:35 a.m. Israel time. By the way, thank you to PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships, and thank you to Jad Matthew Futcher for becoming a member. Thank you, Fishing247. I only eat once a stream, Fishing247. Fishing247 says, Steve is gone every time I come in to check on updates. Well, you must come in the one time a day when I'm eating. Thank you, Fishing247. Sean TV, very generous of you. I really appreciate all of your support for the channel. Sean TV, thanks so much. I agree with Sean. If you want to make your opinion to matter, well, if you want your opinion to matter, make sure you exercise your right to vote. Thanks also Smo Chizuki for the bits as well, and NightFox92. NightFox92 thinks it's going to be 2 more weeks. Okay. Let me get. I was keeping an eye on the footage while I was eating. Renee says, I wonder if Iran will do anything. I have a little update for something, on something for you. If you look right here, U.S., Egypt, and Qatar urge Israel and Hamas to return to the negotiating table. So this is going on. The foreign powers involved in brokering a possible ceasefire aimed at halting this fighting in Gaza and releasing Israeli hostages have jointly appealed to Israel and Hamas to return to the negotiating table next week. The statement was issued today by the U.S., Egypt, and Qatar, the three mediators in the months-long Israel-Hamas war, called on the parties to resume stalled ceasefire talks on August 15th in either Qatar's capital of Doha or Egypt's capital of Cairo. Our viewer, Nubia, says they killed the head negotiator. The political head of Hamas, Haniyeh, was killed, it is believed, by Israel a week ago, about 9 days ago actually, in Tehran, Iran. The statement said there is no further time to waste nor excuses from any party for further delay, adding that negotiators have already finalized a framework for the deal. All that's left to hammer out, it said, are the details of implementation. The statement signed by President Biden, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and Qatari Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani said the mediators were prepared to present a final compromise that resolves the remaining implementation issues in a manner that meets the expectations of all parties. It did not elaborate on what that would look like. There has been a flurry of diplomacy in recent days after the assassination of Hamas's political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, prompted fears of a wider regional war. Hamas this week announced that Yahya Sinwar, one of the architects of the October 7th attack on Israel, would replace Haniyeh as the leader of Hamas's political wing. Haniyeh previously served as the key negotiator in the indirect ceasefire talks with Israel. So again, what our viewer said was not incorrect. They killed the lead negotiator. U.S. diplomats said the negotiations had been approaching a breakthrough just before Israel's assassination of a top Hezbollah commander in Beirut, and the killing of Haniyeh in Tehran brought vows of retaliation from Hezbollah and Iran and left the Middle East on edge. By the way, I have been hearing about a ceasefire. I've been hearing that a ceasefire is close for like how many months now? So I always take these claims that a ceasefire is close with a grain of salt. My attitude is I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, it'd be great if it happened. It'd be great if it happened, but I will believe it when I see it. Quick thank you so much. Hey, thanks so much to Fred. Oh, Big Boss Now on Twitch. Fred, aka Big Boss Now on Twitch. Thank you so much. Air Fryer Food Support. Hey, thanks, Fred. That's really kind of you. Thanks, Big Boss Now. And RSK Nor from Norway. Thank you so much. RSK Nor from Norway. Sunflower thinks lots of Russian cargo planes are landing in Iran. Have you seen those on Flight Radar or just read reports on it? The number one tracked plane on Flight Radar right now is a UK Royal Air Force fighter, which is flying somewhere around here. I think there might be an issue with like GPS spoofing or something. I don't know if that's an accurate. I don't know if that's an accurate portrayal of where it is. Oh, that's also, and there's also this, again, I don't, you got to be careful with the flight radar. I don't know what normally flies around. For all I know, every day at this time, there could be Royal Air Force planes flying in this region on this exact flight path. So I'm just pointing out a couple of them that are being followed, but I don't know enough to know what normally flies when. I have not seen any of the accounts I follow who know about that. Nobody's posting that there's some big thing going on flight radar that we should be paying attention to right now. So just kind of pointing it out, but I do not start analyzing flight radar myself because I don't know what normally is flying around. It's Flight Radar 24, by the way. You can you can check this out at flightradar24.com. It's a great flight tracking site. Sabrina says they have been doing it for days. They've been doing what for days? Are you talking about cargo planes? Check number 3. This is a Russian plane. So our viewer mentioned there is it's a Russian plane because it came from Moscow, and it's flying possibly to Iran. No, what's it? 35,000 feet. Maybe it'll land in Iran. I don't know, but land in Iran. But again, I don't know. I don't know how long. How often was this happening 2 months ago or 3 months ago? I have no idea. Russia has been getting drones from Iran, so I assume they've had planes going back and forth, possibly. Andrew Meadows says Russian planes are just as likely to be picking up drones as opposed to delivering anything. So I don't know specifically what those planes are doing. Earl Sparks thinks just another of many deliveries of weapons, tech, etc. Oh, thanks to Geraldine Friedrich. Thank you, Geraldine. That's really nice of you. Geraldine Friedrich, thank you. Oh, what is... I think the bright thing... Oh, hey, it's a flare. We got a flare on the screen. Breaking news, we got a flare. There was just a flare on the screen. There was just a flare. Hold on. Our viewer noticed it. We just saw a flare. Let me get this off. It was right under the... we saw a couple flares a few days ago. It was right under the other shot. All right, let me do this. I can go back and rewind it, but... So there may be some... This is the border with Lebanon. There may be some military activity going on, but we just saw a flare. No, we didn't see a flare yesterday. I want to say 2 or 3 days ago we saw a couple flares. It was right around... It was right above those buildings. One of the viewers said, "Is that the moon?" And I was like, "What is the viewer talking about?" And I looked and it was a flare. All right, well, we'll see if we see any more. I would assume that's the Israeli military lighting up a certain area to see something better. It's unfortunate. We normally have another shot of the border, but we don't have that one right now. We just have this one. Earl Sparks says, "I saw it dead center middle of the sky." In a moment, if I'm just going to give it a moment here, but I'll replay it in a little bit. I'll see if I see any reporting on that. It's interesting just to see it all of a sudden. Sometimes I see some of the local outlets reporting on it. Not seeing anything at the moment. 1:45:49 timestamp, said one of our viewers. Thank you. But that would be, I mean, you're looking towards the border, so. Interesting. You never know. Something to keep an eye on. Hang on one second here, sorry. Yeah, quickest flare ever, says Mr. Bird. I got to go replay it because I only caught the end of it. Thank you, Robert R., for your support. Robert, I have not actually, I'm not aware of any unusual activity in the flight radar that the people I follow who know about flight radar stuff have posted about. There was, so during the day today and evening, there's been reports of some Israeli strikes in Lebanon and southern Lebanon. That's pretty normal for the past several months. There was an Israeli strike, I believe, in Syria, supposedly, or possible Israeli strike, which is also something that regularly happens. But nothing in terms of like, and also there's report of some Israeli strikes in Gaza, which again is something that's been going on. So nothing out of the ordinary in that sense that we know of. Yes, almost 2 a.m. Maybe I'll replay the flare for you guys. It's weird. We saw one flare. One flare. That's it. I'm going to pull up something here. Here is this going to work? Hang on. Okay, I think that'll work. So, how can I do this? Let's see. I'm queuing it up here. I can see it. I just saw it. It's so weird. You know what happened? I think the second shot was covering it. It came on. I'll show you right now. I'm going to show you the flare that we saw moments ago. So just a second. This is moments ago. I'm replaying the old video for you. This is from before. So I'm going to play this. Now watch what happens. Look at the middle of your screen right here. See, it's under the other shot right there. I didn't even see it, and then we just saw it. There it is right there. So it actually was up a little longer. It was just behind the second shot. We couldn't see it originally because it was behind the second shot. That was about 10 minutes ago. Just one of them. Just one of them. That was it. All right. So, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. I'll get you back to the other footage. Let me get you back to the other footage. I sort of don't want to have the second shot up right now, just in case we see something else. Okay, we're good to go. Hey guys, really quick, I'm going to leave the footage up. I just need to take 2 minutes. There's a work-related thing I need to... There's a channel-related thing I just need to handle that'll take 2 minutes. So while I'm handling that, I will leave this up. So give me 2 minutes. No, it's nothing bad. It's just that you know, I'm on the ears so much the last few days that sometimes something comes up that I have to deal with, and I got to deal with it during the stream because we're on so much. So let me just put this up. Where is the? Why am I not seeing? There. Okay. Wonderful. All right. So I will. Give me 2 minutes. I'm coming back in 2 minutes. All right. I'm leaving the footage up. Give me 2 minutes. I'm muted. I was muted. We're back there. We saw one flare. That's it. I can put the Haifa feed back up. You know what I'm going to do? There weren't any flares while I was gone, was there? One person says it, nobody else is saying it. Robert Rivera says, do you think Iran is holding off because Russian cargo planes are delivering stuff to Iran? I have no idea. I can't tell you exactly why they haven't done it yet. There's various reasons it could be, but I honestly do not know. Maybe it just takes a long time to plan it. Maybe they want to wait until they think Israel is expecting it less. Maybe they're setting certain things up, including stuff they get from Russia. I do not know. I don't know. No idea. The Polar Cat says Russia is working on its defenses. So what I might do here is, maybe what I'll do is I'll put the Haifa feed back up, but oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to make this a little smaller. We don't want to miss a flare. I think that should cover it. What if we do that? Put it in a corner. There's no more corners. There's only 4 corners in a rectangle. But I think this is fine. Bruce Hill claims he saw a second flare in the distance at the same time. I did not see that, but maybe there was. Guys, by the way, I can see the live shot. When that flare happened, I just wasn't looking, but I can see the whole thing myself. So if I see something going on behind there, I will just remove. It's instantaneous that I can remove it. I can instantaneously go like this and it's gone. So I can see in front of me what's there. I mean, I cannot have the second shot. I figured you guys would rather have the second shot up there. If you'd prefer, I can have one shot, but then you don't have the second shot. Ooh, I just saw something here. OSINT Technical, which is an account I follow and I find reliable, they claim that Ukrainian forces successfully hit a Russian column roughly 20 miles behind the current front line in Kursk Oblast with a missile strike. I'll post the link to that in the chat. Oh, thank you, Burning for a Cure, for your support. Objects across the sky on Jerusalem live stream. Are you maybe seeing on the Jerusalem live stream, there's like a light show that happens. So I don't know if you're noticing that. Because they do have periodic, like, looks like laser lights or something on the Jerusalem stream. I'll keep an eye on it though, Burning for a Cure. I can see it where I am. I haven't heard any reports of anything. I don't know if we're looking at the same Jerusalem stream. Thank you, Burning for a Cure. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Also, thank you to Silver Hulk. Silver Hulk thinks they're planning a major land invasion with thousands of troops. Silver Hulk, that is something I am not hearing elsewhere. Wouldn't that be extremely risky? Aren't they just at the risk of losing thousands of troops if they do that, Silver Hulk? This is what, if it happens, Silver Hulk told you first. Maybe Silver Hulk will say more about his thinking in the chat. Craig thinks they would. Craig Brain Impact thinks they would build up and then get preemptively struck. Mr. Bigley Hugely says, I trust Silver Hulk. Hey, thank you, Silver Hulk. I appreciate that. Thank you. And again, Burning for a Cure. That's so nice of you. And Evan. Thank you, Evan. And Evan, I got your note. I haven't seen any other complaints about that, Evan, but I'll certainly keep an eye out for it. Thank you so much, Evan. Oh, and really quick, I want to thank Kristen Gates. Thank you so much for all of your support. Kristen Gates, that is very nice of you. Kristen Gates. Let me do a quick check here for updates. Seri says, Iran big mouth scared. 2:11 a.m. by the way. Big Time thinks it's going to start Friday or Saturday. Couple updates here from Associated Press. Israel confirms it will send negotiators to resume indirect ceasefire talks with Hamas. As I have said, my feeling on ceasefire stuff is I'll believe it when I see it. AP says Israel has confirmed it will send negotiators to resume indirect ceasefire talks with Hamas next week in response to a proposal by the U.S., Egypt, and Qatar. Prime Minister Netanyahu's office said that the government would heed the call by foreign mediators to revive negotiations aimed at halting the fighting in Gaza after 10 months of devastating war and bringing home Israeli hostages still captive in the enclave. The statement said that on August 15th, at a place to be determined, the parties would hash out the implementation of a framework agreement that has already been finalized. The mediator said the talks would take place either in Qatar's capital of Doha or Egypt's capital of Cairo. There was no immediate response to the offer by Hamas. Last week's killing of its top political leader in Tehran raised tensions across the region and escalation widely seen as a blow to ceasefire talks. I don't know that Hamas will show up to those talks, but also the date of those talks is supposed to be August 15th. If Iran and or Hezbollah responds to Egypt, attacks Israel before then, I don't know if those talks will still happen. Frodo Fraggins thinks Bibi doesn't care about a ceasefire. Jack Horicon thinks Iran will wait for talks to begin. Thank you, Jack, and thank you, Aerial Frameworks, our new member. And thank you, Rye Boy. Rye Boy says there's a flight on flight radar rerouted from Tel Aviv, now in Lebanon. Is it possible that's just a GPS issue? I know there's been some GPS issues lately. My understanding is that sometimes there are GPS issues with flight radar recently because Israel reportedly at certain times is messing with GPS, which would hinder, it would hinder drones or missiles that operate on GPS from reaching their target in Israel if they were fired. So, yeah, I mean, my general thing with flight radar is I don't know it well enough to look at things and say, wow, that's really strange. I mean, obviously there's certain things I could look at and say it was strange. But generally speaking, I can't look at it with any degree of intelligence at all because I don't have the background to know what's normal. So what I can tell you is no one I am following, which includes lots of people who know flight radar very well, is saying there's anything big on flight radar. We lost that shot temporarily. I'll have to see what other shots we have. Yeah, so I think this might be maybe a GPS issue. So one of our viewers mentioned this flight here. This is Rye Boy mentioned this flight, which I guess took off earlier tonight. It's on Flight Radar 24, but you can see it says Tel Aviv to New York, and then it goes here, and then all of a sudden it goes right. I think that might be like some sort of GPS issue. I don't think it really did that. I don't know for sure, but our viewer Golf Wang Puck says too many sharp angles not to be. And then Shelley says happens constantly. They mess up the signals. There was a plane a couple days ago when it looked like that. It was kind of weird like that with a straight line turning. And then a number of people told me they thought it was a GPS problem. Anyways, so just a guess. I have not heard anything reported about that plane. Hang on a second here. I don't have any other live streams right now. This is the only one I have right now. One of the viewers wanted to know what is what. So as far as I'm aware, everything we're seeing in front of us is Israel. And then Lebanon would be behind that. So this is, everything we're seeing is Israel, I believe, in this shot. But it's facing the border. Normally we would have more cameras right now. I don't know why I don't have them. If you want to get conspiratorial, you could be like, why are all these cameras not working that we normally have? I don't know, but normally I would have a bunch more. Normally I would have one from Haifa, from Jerusalem, from Tel Aviv, and I would have another one of these on the border. None of them are working. It's also weird because on AFP, I usually have some there. And sometimes on AFP, they'll like run out of places to put the cameras, so they'll take one off while they're showing something else, and then they'll put it back on. But right now on AFP, they're not showing anything else. But as soon as I get any other shots for you, I'll let you know. Thank you, by the way, to Movie Plus for your support. And Thorn Ravenstar. Hey, it's Thorn Ravenstar. Good to see you, Thorn. Thanks for your support. Thank you also to Evan. Evan believes that Russia has been giving Iran and Hezbollah assets. The wait could be due to strategic staging of all equipment necessary for a hard hit. Thank you, Evan. You might be right. Maybe they're still setting things up. I don't know. Thank you to Emil Artul, who thinks Iran will not respond in exchange for a ceasefire in Gaza between Iran and Israel. It's a political war, not a real one. Iran wants the war to end. No one wants war. Some of our viewers think that there will be a ceasefire and Iran will, I guess what they'd say is something like, well, we don't have to respond now. Because, like, we've frightened Israel into making a ceasefire deal or something, maybe. I don't know how they'd explain it. Thanks also Dolores Wilson for the gift membership and Christopher Anderson. Christopher says, don't read into facts. It's only about individuals. Just relax until weekend. Christopher thinks something's going to happen over the weekend. Again, I do not know why I don't have the cameras that I normally do. I'm glad we have this one. But normally there would be, I think, 4 other cameras I have access to. Thank you, Evan. The cameras cost a lot. I get them from Reuters and AFP, but I think it's worth it. Thank you. It does help. Thank you, Evan, so much. It's really kind of you. It is odd. It is. I mean, you know, if you've been watching the streams, normally we have more cameras than this, especially at this time. Sometimes earlier in the day, you'll lose them because the news agencies are covering other stuff, but not right now. Thank you to Matt Sandy for the gift membership. Thank you, Matt. The other possibility is it's possible that like AFP is just having an issue. Because several of the cameras would normally be coming from AFP. So if they're having an issue, that could impact those cameras. And the one other camera from the border, that's a Reuters camera, but they had been saying all day that they were having technical issues with that camera. Watch this says maybe this weekend. Oh, yeah. You know, there's a very subtle thing. One of our viewers caught something very subtle. One of our viewers caught this like 5 minutes ago. I'm going to show you guys this right now. Hang on. Look under the clock. Look under the clock, guys. This was about 5 minutes ago. There's a little light that appears. It might be a plane or something. You know, it's a little light that appears just briefly. Someone's got an eagle eye. Hold on, I'll show you again. Barely see it. Right there. Ugh, it's hard to see. It's like right in there. I don't know what to make of that. Right in here. No, you can't see it. Right there. Right in here. Right there. Anyways. It's probably pretty far away. That'd be my guess. Good spot by the viewer, though. Oh, thank you, Marcus Peterson, who says the attack will come when we're not watching. Marcus is in Denmark. Thank you, Marcus. You never know. Thank you to Boston Police Scanner, who thinks no one knows what's going to happen, not even Iran. Thank you so much to Aaron7 for the gift memberships. Thanks, Aaron7. And Richard Canuck. Richard, some of our viewers think that Iran will attack on this day called Tisha B'Av, which is on the 12th and the 13th. And it's a day of fasting in Israel where they commemorate tragedies in Israeli history, in Jewish history. Is there evidence that they're going to launch then? No. I don't know. I mean, like a week ago, Sky News Arabia claimed they'd heard that they were going to launch then, but nobody else has reported that I've heard. So I don't, aside from that, I don't have any evidence they'll respond then. I guess somebody could argue that they maybe like attacking on holidays. I don't know if that's the case for this kind of thing, but I just think we don't know. I mean, there's so many different claims out there. It just seems like people don't know to me. Def thinks the longer they take, the bigger the attack will be. Thank you, Evan. Evan, I don't know how these webcams come to be there. I don't know if it's people who are journalists who set them up, or maybe regular people have them and sell them. I honestly don't know with these various webcams what the origin of them is. Thanks also, Pitago, for subscribing on Twitch. Ronnie doesn't feel like Iran is going to retaliate at all. Oh, Moshe Schwartz found a video that somebody posted of a flare. I'll post Moshe's video in the chat. Moshe found another video of that flare that we saw like 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago. I'll post a link to Moshe's video of the flare. I can't show it. I don't know who owns it. Thanks also to Laura Nolanti. It's like a different font. Nolani? Laura Nolani? Oh, it's just Laura Nolan. It's Laura Nolan is who it is. I was like, that's who it is. I think it's like, there's a couple letters at the end and it looks like Nolani. Laura thinks they're sorting out their own defenses in preparation for the retaliation of a massive attack. That's what Laura thinks. Some of our viewers think that. Thank you so much, Laura. It's 2:31 a.m. right now. I'm going to keep looking out for more webcams, or not live cams, but this is the one we have right now. Oh, I know what I was going to do. There was something I wanted to look up here. So, in a Washington Post article today, they talk about how I've seen a number of reports, including this article, claim that Israel believes Hezbollah will start the attack, potentially firing towards Tel Aviv and using guided missiles. That'd be pretty provocative. We'll do a little quick poll here. Will Hezbollah attack before Iran? Okay, done. That one's done. Oof. Let's see what people are saying in our chat. Let's see what people are saying in our chat. "77% think Hezbollah will attack before Iran." Wow. It's a pretty high number over there on YouTube. Trying not to block the screen. And on Twitch, excuse me. Wow, I didn't think you guys would be this much. It's a lot. Twitch is even higher. It's 84% on Twitch. I think Hezbollah will attack before Iran. I don't mean one of their regular, like launching a rocket attack. I mean really their response to the Hezbollah leader being killed. All right. I appreciate you voting. I'm going to end the poll. No, Hezbollah is an Iranian-supported militant group and political party in Lebanon. Oh, I was going to mention, somebody just mentioned southern Gaza. I'm going to mention that in a second. Then I'll give you an update about Russia. The hostilities continue in Gaza. See this? The Israeli military orders another mass evacuation in southern Gaza, says Associated Press. The Israeli military has ordered another mass evacuation in large areas around Khan Yunis in southern Gaza, saying its forces will soon operate there in response to Palestinian rocket fire. Gaza's second largest city, Khan Yunis, suffered widespread destruction during air and ground operations earlier this year. Israeli forces have repeatedly returned to heavily destroyed areas of Gaza where they had fought earlier battles against Hamas and other militants since the start of the 10-month-old war. I'm going to also show you this. Ooh, I think I might be able to show you a video. Let me just check out what this video looks like. I might have a video about the Ukraine situation. Can I show that? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I think. Let me just see if I can show this. That's not what I want to show you.
This video from the Russian...
I might have a little bit of a, hold on. What's this part of it?
Volodymyr Zelensky said, quote, "Everyone can see that the Ukrainian army knows how to surprise and knows how to achieve."
So I have a little video about Ukraine that I can show you. I'm going to show you some of the story, but it comes with a video. It's not, it shouldn't be, it's not graphic. I'm just double checking here.
The army knows how to... President Volodymyr Zelensky said, quote,
Okay, so I wanted to just quickly update you guys as we keep an eye on the situation in the Middle East. I wanted to quickly update you on the situation with Ukraine, where Ukrainian forces have made a raid into Russia. You can see the headline here. Russia battles Ukrainian troops for third day after shock incursion. That's from Reuters. Hang on a moment here. Russian forces hang on. Russian forces were battling Ukrainian troops for a third day today after they smashed through the Russian border in the Kursk region, an audacious attack on the world's biggest nuclear power that has forced Moscow to call in reserves, says Reuters. In one of the biggest Ukrainian attacks on Russia since the war began in February of 2022, around 1,000 Ukrainian troops rammed through the Russian border in the early hours of August 6th with tanks and armored vehicles, covered in the air by swarms of drones and pounding artillery, according to Russian officials. Heavy fighting was reported near the town of Sudza, where Russian natural gas flows into Ukraine, raising concerns about a possible sudden stop to transit flows to Europe. The incursion has come to as a shock to Russia, nearly 2.5 years after President Putin sent his army into Ukraine. Putin has cast the offensive as a major provocation. Sergei Mironov, the leader of a Kremlin-loyal political party, called it a terrorist attack and the invasion of an internationally recognized foreign territory, which is kind of ironic. The regional governor of Kursk said thousands of residents have been evacuated. The White House said the U.S., Ukraine's biggest backer, had no prior knowledge of the attack. A Pentagon spokesperson, Sabrina Singh, said Ukraine's move on the Kursk region was consistent with U.S. policy. She said they are taking actions to protect themselves from attacks that are coming from a region that are within the U.S. policy of where they can operate our weapons, our systems, our capabilities, she said. She said Ukraine's move was not escalatory because Ukraine is doing what it needs to do to be successful on the battlefield. The Ukrainian military has remained silent on the Kursk offensive, although President Zelensky praised the Ukrainian army on Thursday for its ability to surprise and achieve results. He did not explicitly reference Kursk. Some Russian bloggers said that Ukraine's forces were pushing towards the Kursk nuclear power station, which is about 37 miles northeast of the town of Sudza. A popular Ukrainian-born pro-Russian military blogger, Yuri Podolyaka, said there were intense battles about 20 miles from the Soviet-era nuclear plant, which supplies a large swath of southern Russia with power. The battles come at a crucial juncture in the conflict, the biggest land war in Europe since World War II. Kyiv is concerned that U.S. support could weaken if Republican Donald Trump wins the November election. Trump has said he would end the war, and both Russia and Ukraine are keen to gain the strongest possible bargaining position on the battlefield. Ukraine wants to pin down Russian lines, which control 18% of its territory, though the strategic significance of the border offensive was not immediately clear. Now, I do have a video here that I can play, but I don't want to cover up the whole thing. I worry that I'll play the video and then you guys will miss something. Which I don't want to happen, obviously. Why did that not download properly? Hold on a second. Hold on a moment.
On the battlefield.
Hold on.
This video.
Do you want to see the Ukraine video that goes with that article? I'm going to play the video that goes with that article. Okay? I'm going to play the video that goes with the article from Reuters so you guys can see it. So it's just like 2 minutes long. Just give me a second. There's one thing I might want to skip in it, so you might have to bear with me. Yeah, it's like 2 minutes long. So let me play this for you, just some more, give you some more Ukraine updates. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. If you have no interest in the Ukraine-Russia Kursk story, you can stop watching for the moment. Okay, so. But in 2 minutes, we'll have it back for you. Okay, so there is the video right there. Maybe I'll put the video like here. I'm going to put the video right here. There's the video, okay? You're going to be able to hear it in a second. Let's listen to the video. All right, here's this video from Reuters that goes with that story. I'm going to have to stop it for at one point. So, but here's ooh, I want to make sure you can see the whole thing. You can't even see the whole thing. I'm gonna put it over here. Oh no, I'm gonna put it over here. I'll keep an eye on what's going on the screen. All right, again, here is this Ukraine summary video that goes along with that article there. Oops, now I just messed everything up. There it is right there. Here it is. Are we at the beginning? Here. Oh, you can't hear it. Now, why can't you hear? Oh, I know why you can't hear it. Now you'll be able to hear it. Here we go.
This video from the Russian Defense Ministry released Thursday purports to show its forces striking Ukrainian armored vehicles on Russian soil. Fighting in Russia's Kursk region continued for a third day after Ukrainian forces smashed through the Russian border in an audacious attack on the world's biggest nuclear power that has forced Moscow to call in reserves. Drone footage released by the Ukrainian military purports to show Russian forces surrendering at a border crossing. Speaking.
Right. Give me 1 second here.
Reference the Kursk offensive. Russian President Vladimir Putin cast the attack as a, quote, major provocation.
Was the White House made aware prior to?
No. The White House said the United States, Ukraine's biggest backer, had no prior knowledge of the attack and would seek more details from Kyiv. Washington has cautioned Ukraine against striking into Russian territory, fearing it could escalate the conflict.
Ескалація – це тільки те, що робить Російська Федерація.
In a televised interview on Thursday, Ukrainian presidential advisor Mikhailo Podolyak did not directly address the offensive, but said such maneuvers were both necessary and lawful for a nation under attack.
Перше, міжнародне право чітко трактує.
International law clearly states that a country waging defensive war has a legal right to execute strikes regardless of how deep certain infrastructure is in the enemy territory. We have a legal right to destroy everything regardless of the distance, be it 100 kilometers, 10 kilometers, or 1,000 kilometers deep into Russian Federation territory. This is a legally correct action.
The operation comes at what could be a critical juncture in the conflict. Kyiv is concerned that U.S. support could drop off if Republican Donald Trump wins the November presidential election. Trump has said he would end the war, and both Russia and Ukraine are keen to gain the strongest possible bargaining position on the battlefield. This video from the Russian...
All right, there was that video. So we got to see that. That was from this article again. Russia battles Ukrainian troops for third day after shock incursion by Reuters. Freedom is Pepsi or Coke said, knowing Russia, that was stock footage. The Russian Defense Ministry footage. Anyways, I wanted to give you an update on that. Oh, let me put the volume back on. Sorry, volume back on. Volume on. Very strange tonight. Again, I have lost all the other feeds. Normally, I would have a bunch of other feeds, and this is the only one I have right now. I don't know why the other ones are not working. It is 2:52 a.m. It has now been over 9 days since the two assassinations. The assassination of Israeli assassination of the top Hezbollah commander in Beirut, and the presumed Israeli assassination of the Hamas political leader in Tehran, Iran. No, Snorlax. No response yet. Thank you so much, Jeffrey Smith. Jeffrey, I don't know about AP, but I cannot use them. You have to pay to use their cameras. You can't just take their cameras. I don't know what they're showing right now. I mean, I can look, but again, I cannot steal their camera footage. No, they are not live. Thank you, Marcus Peterson, for your support from Denmark, and Boston Police Scanner. Thank you. No, I don't have a deal to use AP live footage. That's different from like the articles. It's different material. Oh, CNW says Nicolas Maduro Nicolas Maduro is blocking Twitter/X in Venezuela for 10 days. So that was announced in Venezuela. I got that from CNW, but I can see the original announcement. X is blocked for 10 days in Venezuela. You can see it says it right here. This is the presidential press account, I believe. Presidential press official account in Venezuela, 1.4 million followers. President Maduro reported it has signed a point of account with the proposal made by Conatel, a regulatory body that has decided to take the social network 10 days from Venezuela. I know the translation's a little off, but CNW reported on this, who's reliable. At Conflicts W. It's a good Venezuela news account. And other news, at Conflicts W. I still don't have access to any of the other live streams. None of them is working right now. Thank you, Marcus Peterson. I appreciate that, Marcus Peterson. Thank you. It is Friday morning. Cormac Crisp says, I think we will have to wait until tomorrow. Kenneth Freeman says the Saudis and Jordan decided not to allow Iran to fire over them. So I think the Saudis had said a few days ago that nobody could use their airspace. I don't know if Jordan has said that yet. Kenneth says this is going to happen, but alignments are being established. I haven't heard about any of that stuff coming out from that meeting yesterday, that was said at the meeting. I've heard some different statements from different countries, but I don't know what... Jordan actually shot down some drones in April. I haven't heard how they stand on, if there's another attack, what they're going to do. Maverick thinks they will hold off the attacks until the Olympics are over. Eddie wants a scrolling ticker. You know, sometimes I put it up there, but sometimes it ends up being a bunch of work, and it gets in the way, and it's distracting, and then I got to keep updating it, and it ends up being this whole thing that I'm worrying about too much. So I tend to put the red ticker up there when there's like a big break, like when there's something happening like right now. I mean, I can see the appeal for people, but then I have to like maintain it the whole time. It's like maintaining an article, like a little website, and it just ends up getting in the way of the broadcast for me. Also, I don't really like to block more of the footage than I have to. So, but if need be for urgent events, I can always put the ticker up at a moment's notice. Thanks for the feedback, Eddie. Arndt Ragnar Arntzen says this is a waiting game. You know, the Institute for the Study of War came out, I think, with a new Russia report. Oh, we're about to get to Haifa. Guys, I got Tel Aviv back. I got the Tel Aviv cam back. The Tel Aviv camera is back. That's good. The Tel Aviv camera is back. So we're about to put the Tel Aviv camera up in addition to the border camera. Also, the Institute for the Study of War posted a new Russia update. They haven't posted a new Iran update. Oh, they published new maps. I don't know if they posted a new update. They might have just posted new maps at the Institute for the Study of War. All right, hold on. Yeah, there's no new Iran or Russia update yet over at Institute for the Study of War, so I'll keep an eye out on that. Sorry, my video player's a little, for one of the AFP players, a little messed up. I don't know why. As soon as I can get that video on the screen for you, I will. Oh, it's there. Okay, I think I should be good. I think I have the Tel Aviv one for you. We might be there in a second. Might be here in a second. There is Tel Aviv. Look, there's Tel Aviv. Live. I will prove it to you. You can actually see the traffic moving at the bottom there. That is a live shot of Tel Aviv, Israel. I'm going to throw that up here. Glad we can have that for you. Tel Aviv. Thank you so much to Kelly Smith for the gift membership. So nice of you, Kelly. Also to UKL. UKL doesn't think Iran's going to attack anyone. That's what UKL thinks. If I need it, I also have a Haifa shot too. David Hawthorne says, I'm starting to agree about Iran not attacking. We have some skeptical viewers nowadays. Yes, the rally guy, stuff could literally happen at any moment. We have no idea what's going to happen when. What I need is, I've been sitting so much. I'm going to take a minute and stretch a little bit. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. I am coming right back. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. We're back. We're back. We're back, guys. We are back. Andy Lincoln Estonia thinks the attack is canceled. Our viewer Harry Gersag says the regime in Tehran is too weak for big steps. A lot of people doubting Iran, skeptical that they're going to do much in our chat. Thanks, Drazy, for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you so much to Marcus Peterson, by the way. Yeah, somebody just mentioned a Wall Street Journal article, which I reported earlier. I might kind of go over some of the different reports and just quickly summarize them for you. But at this point, all these different outlets are saying different things. I don't really know that anybody knows what's going to happen. Yeah, the Wall Street Journal had an article, U.S. warns Iran of serious risk if it conducts major attack on Israel. But they also said, according to the article, that the warning was not intended as a threat to carry out U.S. military action against targets in Iran, but was intended as a warning about the risks of provoking a robust military response from Israel. I just have a hard time thinking that Iran was like, we're going to respond to what Israel did. And then the U.S. threatens them, and then they're like, oh, okay, we won't. I mean, Iran had to know from the beginning that the U.S. might help Israel out. Wall Street Journal believes that U.S. officials don't have clear indications of the scope and timing of an Iranian response. And they said, based on the latest intelligence, officials think a response, if it happens, may now occur over the weekend. So, who knows? Who knows? Next Bike says stuff may or may not happen. So they said that. The Times of Israel says that Israel warns Hezbollah of destruction if it attacks. Channel 13 Israel believes that Hezbollah will try and target a senior Israeli official. Is that true? I have no idea. Indiana Outlaw thinks that's not true. Let's see here. G. Godwin thinks it's a weak response, not attacking after an attack. Well, they haven't attacked yet. Not yet. Thanks so much, Marcus Peterson, for the gift membership. Thank you, Marcus. Adam R. says, the only way I see Iran doing something is if airspace clears. They don't want to war, so they'll send flying objects instead. They know war will be bad for them. It's been pretty, like, it hasn't been very eventful. Like, I mean, we saw one flare, but like there haven't even been any rocket alerts. I don't think. Maybe like one at the start of the day that was a false alarm, and that's it. It's been pretty quiet. Sacrifice Pain thinks there is no attack. They are talking for a peace talk. All peace. That Moose says Iran is all bark and no bite. Very quiet, guys. Very quiet. Lumi says just a waiting game now. Here's a shot of the flight radar. Hang on, sorry. Oh. That's Iran. There's Iran with planes flying over it. Thank you, Aaron McCune, for your support. I really appreciate it. Aaron, thank you. And thank you, Marcus Peterson. Very nice of you from Denmark. I feel like normally we had a little more going on, so I could tell you about. Oh, is there a Poly Market? One of our viewers mentioned Poly Market, Schroek. Do they have a betting line on this thing? Yes, Poly Market. It's funny, it's really gone down. Poly Market is a betting site online where people can bet on like current events. And the odds change depending on how people bet. So the currently the odds were about 50% on whether there would be a military response by Friday. That was 2 days ago. But that's gone way down, obviously. Now it's a 4% chance. And 97% chance no. Anyways, that's polymarket.com. I appreciate them letting me show their site. So it was up, the betting was up at around 50% chance and just went down. Weeby Gaming says, told you nothing is happening. Oh, an interesting one of our viewers just mentioned this. The presidential election winner bet on Poly Market is 49.49. Same odds. I didn't get as much sleep as I wanted to last night. Been so busy here. How many times has Iran closed airspace in the past? That I do not know. I don't know. Sorry, Foster Princess, I appreciate your support. I do not know that answer to that question. It's not closed right now. They didn't close it yesterday. Egypt told some its planes to not go there for like 3 hours. I may have to get up and walk around. Sometimes I gotta take a minute and get up and walk around because I've been sitting so much. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that, guys. Give me a minute. I know I sat up before, but. All right, I'm coming back in 1 minute. Coming back. All right, I did my little walk around. I got to try to go to bed earlier tonight if I can. Been so busy this week. Excuse me. Thanks to our new member, Jesse James. Thanks also, Marcus Peterson, for the gift membership. So nice of you. Let's shout out our moderators. They are always here. Our moderators, guys. Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. AJ, Linda Belk and Larry. Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor, thank you. Charlotte Webb. Thanks Jonas for the gift memberships too. It's really nice of you, Jonas. Thank you. I'm powering through. I'm a little tired tonight, but I'm trying to power through because I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, thank you to Speedrun Spartan. Thank you. It's going to happen, though, that there's going to be other news. I mean, I chose to not cover the Trump thing today because there was other people were covering it, and I had other work-related things I needed to get done, and I wanted to get. We covered this. We were on the air here while Trump was speaking, but there's going to be obviously other news. But look, I mean, the reason we're covering this is because it's so important, and stuff could happen at any time, and I think it's such an important situation. So. No, Charlie Medina, there are no new airspace closures that I'm aware of. Hey, thanks, History Honk. Thank you. No, one of our viewers mentioned, Harry said not even fighter jets tonight. We're not hearing planes. We have not been hearing planes on this live shot. Strong Wolf says, could Iran have changed its target? Is someone else in the crosshairs? Well, it'll be something Israel related, but I don't know specifically what it's going to be. Maybe they're changing their mind about what they want to do. I don't know. I can't even guarantee that they've chosen exactly what they want to do yet. But yeah, we haven't really heard any planes. Thank you, Marcus Peterson, our new member. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, London City Events as well. London City Events. Mortz says waiting. Wee Nesty says everyone said everything would kick off when the Olympics started. Now everyone is saying it will kick off when the Olympics ends. It has nothing to do with these big global events. They'll attack when they want or never at all. What if it's like 4 weeks and nothing has happened yet? I have to imagine that something will happen soon. I was just checking for updates here. I was checking some different outlets to see if they had anything new. I'm not seeing it at the moment. Connor thinks 2 more weeks. Tyler Smith says, I don't see it at this point. Yeah. Hold on a second here. Yeah, I mean, as I something says, the best case would be if nothing happens, but there'd have to be a reason for nothing happens. I don't think it's going to be just the case that nothing happens. I think the U.S. Army just came out with something about little update. Oh, here. I just saw this. It came out like 40 minutes ago. U.S. Central Command, in the past, I'll read it to you. In the past 24 hours, Central Command forces successfully destroyed 2 Iranian-backed Houthi anti-ship cruise missiles and 1 Houthi ground control station in Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. Additionally, CENTCOM forces destroyed 1 Houthi uncrewed surface vehicle in the Red Sea. Adi Chevres thinks it will be August 12th. Thank you, Adi. She is in Israel. Now 3:36. Thorea says Iran ain't doing nothing. Paul Winkler says tonight. Jackball TV says not yet. Clyde Digital says, has anyone anticipated the unexpected? The sun comes up at like 5:15. I mean, it starts coming up. The sunrise is around 6, but we start getting actually more like 5:30. Around 5:30 you start getting some light there. But the official sunrise is around 6. What do I think? I don't know something could happen at any time. I have a hard time thinking that Iran won't respond, but I don't know what the time is going to be. I have no idea. Jose says it could be Friday night at sunset. Kender says the longer they wait, Israel will be more prepared. Kieran, I don't agree. Kieran says already they said not going to attack. That's false. Next week there is a ceasefire meeting. Well, so just because there's a ceasefire meeting set up that Hamas never said they're going to, and that Hezbollah and Iran aren't going to, so why would that mean that Iran won't attack? Yeah, Tactical Bite says there's been ceasefire talks since October. I meant to check when I had a second to see if I had any. I should check and see if I have any Ukraine updates for you. Here. Yeah, Bear says they have to keep the ceasefire talks going for optics. But again, I don't think Hamas and Iran are going to the ceasefire talks. But I think our viewer was talking about Israel. Thank you, Marcus Peterson. Thank you, Marcus. Very kind of you. I really appreciate that, Marcus. Thank you. Velo says maybe they already retaliated and we missed it. I'm a little tired tonight because I haven't gotten that much sleep this week. Brinster says Iran is punching above its weight. They will stand down. Intel Crab says, following an overnight Ukraine strike on Russian hardware, authorities in Kursk have ordered a non-mandatory evacuation of Rilsk. Oh, there's an update. So I had read you a couple things about a couple articles about Ukraine going into the Kursk region of Russia, conducting a little like an incursion in there. CNN says that the intention, say U.S. and Ukrainian officials, is multifaceted. In part to disrupt and demoralize Russian forces, and in part to divert Russian forces away from other parts of the Eastern Front. U.S. officials do not believe Ukraine intends to hold Russian territory for the long term. Something to keep in mind. It's possible at some point that we would do. It's possible at some point that we would do a stream on that. It's just we've been on the air covering this, so but we'll see what happens in the coming days. Just so you know where Kursk is. Real quick. There is the Kursk region right here. That red in the red, that's where Kursk is. Across the border with Ukraine into Russia. Did I thank Bear for the gift memberships? Thank you, Bear. I am powering through. I'm committed to trying my best to power through tonight. As I mentioned, I'm kind of tired. It's kind of quiet right now, but I am powering through. But what I'm going to do is I might have to get a little snack. It is it's 8:47 p.m. here. It's 3:47 Israel time. So I might take a couple minutes, just have a snack, and you guys can hang out. Sorry, I'm a little more low energy right now. I'm doing my best. There isn't much new to report at this moment. So give me a couple minutes, and I'm going to come right back. How does that sound? I'm not cooking anything. Nothing is getting cooked. There's no cooking going on. Walter thinks serious negotiations are taking place. That's what Walter thinks. Interesting. Thank you, Walter Beasley. I appreciate it. What do you think about that? Steve is having a snack. Back in a few minutes. I need a little snack. You guys, I will have the footage on while I'm having a snack. All right, so you hang out. I already ate my meal. I don't have to cook anything. I'm just going to grab a quick snack, maybe some cereal or something. So I'm going to leave the footage going. I will be watching the footage. Wow, Bill Fisher just gifted 50 memberships. Oh my gosh. Wow, Bill, that's really kind of you. 50 of you just got memberships on YouTube thanks to Bill Fisher. Make sure you thank Bill Fisher or anyone else who gives you a membership. Wow, that was really nice of Bill. Maybe Bill is just grateful that I'm leaving and getting a snack. Bill's sending me a message to go away. By the way, thanks on Twitch to Smochizuki and Total Blank Show. I appreciate that. Thanks, Bill. And thanks, Anexen. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, Anexen. But thank you, over there on YouTube. So again, I'm committing. I want to power through tonight. We've been staying here till daylight every night. I would want to do it again, but I got to have a snack. Thank you, Bill. That's really nice of you. So give me a couple minutes. I'll leave the footage on. And I'll be back in a couple minutes. And if something happens crazy while I'm eating my cereal or whatever, I'll rush right in and not even finish my cereal. We'll do a poll when I come back. When I come back, we'll do a poll. How's that? When I come back, we will do a poll. I think I know what I'm going to ask. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I can see the feed stop for a second. There's an issue with the feed. Hang on a moment, everyone. Hang on a moment. You're going to hear two of me for a second. Hold on. I think it's fixed now. I think it's fixed. I'm almost done with my snack. I'll come in a second. Oh no, there's an issue with the feed. This is not, that is, I think what I'm going to do is, sorry, and you're hearing two of me, I know. So what I need to do is let me put the other, it seems to be okay. We'll see. Let's leave it on for a second and see what happens. All right. I had my snack. I'm back. Trying to power through. Uh-oh. I hear two of myself. Hold on. I got to fix it. I hear two of myself. We are back. Thanks for your patience. It is 4:15 a.m. We are bringing you live coverage as Israel and the world waits to see what will happen, expecting Iran and Hezbollah and perhaps other Iranian proxy groups to attack Israel after two assassinations last week, one of a Hezbollah commander, top commander in Beirut, and the other of Hamas's political leader in Tehran. Israel has taken credit for the first assassination. They haven't said anything about the second, but it's widely believed they did it. So it is now 9 days after those assassinations took place. But no response yet. Austin Treble says, I don't think it will be now. You just don't know. You just don't know. I was going to ask you guys a poll question. As I've mentioned to you many times, all this ceasefire stuff, my whole attitude about it is I'll believe it when I see it. Because I've been hearing month after month after month, oh, we're so close to a ceasefire. A ceasefire is so close. We're at the 5-yard line or whatever. So whenever I hear about ceasefire stuff, I just am like, just let me know when it's done. But you know, there was another thing today about this, which is Amy says 10 months. You can see here, U.S. and other frustrated mediators call on Hamas to resume Israel and Hamas to resume talks, saying no excuses. This is from Associated Press, and it says leaders of the U.S., Egypt, and Qatar jointly demanded Israel and Hamas return to stalled talks on the war in Gaza next week, saying only the details of carrying out a ceasefire and hostage release remain to be negotiated. There is no further time to waste, nor excuses from any party for further delay, they said. Prime Minister Netanyahu's office said it had accepted the invitation. So, just a reminder, Israel is believed to have assassinated the person who was the most prominent negotiator for Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, last week, just to be clear. So, I don't know if some of our viewers are saying something like, well, with this ceasefire negotiation coming up next week, would Iran want to attack during the ceasefire negotiation? Well, see, first of all, Iran isn't going to the ceasefire negotiation. So, I don't know that this has anything to... I don't know if this was... If there's any sort of connection between, like, them wanting... Is the thinking of the U.S. and Qatar and Egypt that if we set up a ceasefire negotiation next week, then Iran and Hezbollah will hold off? I have no idea. By the way, a couple things here. In this article by AP, it says, critics of Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, accuse him of slow-rolling talks to end the war in Gaza. I think the idea of that is that he thinks it's politically better for him to have this war still going on. Also, I think there's a chance that, like, I believe he might not be prime minister anymore if the war ends. Because they could have another election. I'm trying to get you something about this theory. To explain it to you. I think that's the basic idea, though, of that theory. I'm trying here. Let me see if I can pull. By the way, so something The Economist said in their article on July 18th is they said that Netanyahu is his partners in his coalition members in the government, by which he is the prime minister. That includes some very far-right people who, it says, far-right members of his coalition threaten to depose him if he accepts even phase one of a proposed deal. But I'm trying to find an explanation of that theory about Netanyahu. Yes, I got it. It was what I said here. So Time Magazine has an article from today on Netanyahu. Time Magazine has an article today on Netanyahu called Netanyahu at War. And in one part of the article it says, with every passing week, critics raise further alarms that Netanyahu is drawing out the Gaza campaign for personal political reasons, arguing that a deal for a permanent ceasefire would bring home the remaining hostages, would also open the door to elections that could result in his removal from office. That's the theory. That's a theory. I'm not saying it's definitely true, but that is a theory some have about Netanyahu. Anyways, so this was kind of an aside. I was talking about how the U.S. and Egypt and Qatar have called for renewed ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas next week. AP says there was no immediate response to the offer of peace talks by Hamas. Last week's killing of its top political leader in Tehran, presumably by Israel, raised tensions across the region, and escalation widely seen as a blow to ceasefire talks. The killing was widely ascribed to Israel, although Israel has not commented. U.S. officials have said they believe Hamas can resume negotiations despite the assassination 9 days ago of Ismail Haniyeh, who had been presiding over the talks for Hamas. The person assassinated in Tehran 9 days ago almost certainly by Israel. He was the head negotiator for Hamas. So I don't know that Hamas is rushing back to the negotiating table. And then the new chief of Hamas is Yahya Sinwar, who took over. He was the chief of Hamas in Gaza, but he took over also as the political leader too. He is believed to be sheltering from Israeli attack in underground bunkers beneath Gaza, says AP. So I don't know if like this whole thing about let's have peace talks starting next week is somehow supposed to be an attempt to have Iran and Hezbollah not attack Israel. To me, it doesn't really make sense that Iran and Hezbollah are going to be like, oh, we're not going to respond to Israel carrying out these assassinations because we don't want to interrupt the Hamas-Israel peace talks. That seems kind of strange to me. Who knows, though? It's the idea that they would stop what they're doing because the U.S. wants to have these peace talks. It seems kind of strange to me. But I don't know if that's part of this move today to get these peace talks for next week. Let me take a few comments from you guys. By the way, thanks to Holy Earth for your support, and David Jack for the gift memberships, and our member Keith Lewis, and April Wax Queen, and Annexen. Oops, what happened to the volume? The real Scaduto thinks Iran is nervous if they attack and this time stuff gets through. Israel will respond in kind. Melissa Terry says, I wouldn't negotiate in person. We'd have to do it, and I'd be in a bunker somewhere, hidden in a bunker somewhere. Well, yeah, Yahya Sinwar is not going to show up for negotiations, believe me. He's going to stay in hiding. Cantancerous says it's possible that the attack will be postponed till the U.S. gets busy with the election. I think it would... If Iran and Hezbollah are going to do something to respond to Israel's assassinations, I think they would not want to wait several months. I mean, they could, but it might seem weak to do it. Also, they in theory, they want to do it to deter Israel in the future from doing similar things. And also show the world they're not weak. Total Blank Show says, I thought the assassination was a response. Well, Israel said they carried out the assassination of the Hezbollah leader because, I mean, they said the reason Israel wanted to assassinate Haniyeh was because he was a Hamas leader and because of October 7th. And then Israel said they assassinated the Hezbollah top official because of a rocket by Hezbollah that hit a soccer field in an Israel-controlled Golan Heights and killed 12 people. So, I mean, they have reasons for doing it, but they were also particularly provocative assassinations. Tracer Man says the longer time goes on, the weaker they're perceived. Factual Fiction says Iran is afraid they know exactly what would happen if they do any severe damage to Israel. Shashi Shekhar says Iran can't attack, they understand what can happen next. Monifix01 says the best indicator of an attack coming is that Hezbollah has been restrained lately. Really feels like they are building up to something. I mean, at least in the last few days, we have not seen much from Hezbollah. We have not seen much rocket fire. I mean, let me say this. So there have been some drones. There were a number of Israelis injured, I think, 2 days ago when Hezbollah, I think, sent some drones perhaps into Israel, and an Israeli interceptor ended up crashing to the ground and injuring a bunch of people, which was not good. But, I mean, the last couple of days, I don't think there's been any rocket sirens the whole time we've been on the air. The last couple of days. There was one earlier today, and it was a false alarm, I think. That might have been yesterday. So it's been pretty quiet the last couple of days. Guys, people are doing this thing again where they're saying, like, check the flight radar. There's something going on with the flight radar. Let me repeat. To know if there's something going on with the flight radar, you have to know how it normally looks. I don't know how it normally looks. So you might say there's no air traffic there, but it's also 4:30 a.m. in Israel. So I follow plenty of people who know what the flight radar nobody looks like, what it looks like. Not a single person I follow right now is saying, wow, there's something weird going on with the flight radar. So there might be something that seems weird, but maybe it only seems weird to you because you don't know what it normally looks like. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying, like, you can't read off of the flight radar unless you have a good knowledge of what it normally looks like at a certain time and place. Maybe what you think it should look like is not what it actually normally looks like. But no one of the people I follow who would be in a business to know is saying anything about flight radar. Jason Santoro says, does Iran even have a credible military? It's not as strong a military as the U.S., but they certainly have a military that's capable of doing lots of damage. And also they have proxy forces. You can find many analyses of, you can go look it up, look up Hezbollah, which is an Iranian proxy force, which Iran supports, it's located right next to Israel in Lebanon. They have over 100,000, rockets and missiles, including, and they have some very advanced missiles. You can find many analyses which say if Israel and Lebanon and Hezbollah got into a war, it would be devastating for both countries. So even if the Iranian military couldn't beat the U.S. in a war, they have, between what they have and what their proxy forces have, they could cause huge damage if they start firing off what they have. So the answer is yes, they have a military with the capacity to cause serious problems, and also because they have reach in other countries. The Houthis, there are there are Iranian militias in Syria and Iraq. I mean, Hamas is supported by Iran. Their military has hundreds of thousands of people. Wikipedia says they have 600,000 active duty personnel plus 350,000 reserves. Again, that's not to say that there's going to be a big war between the U.S. and Iran will win. But it's just to say that they could do a lot of damage. Iran's missile forces. There's a whole article on Wikipedia about their missile forces. Iran is claimed to operate several thousand short and medium-range mobile ballistic missiles, including the Shahab 3-3B with a range up to 2,100 kilometers, which is the mainstay of Iran's strategic deterrent. That puts even NATO members Greece, Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania within striking range. The other thing is if, some kind of conflict breaks out in the Middle East, you can have other countries jumping in. And this is a bad thing for many countries. And it could be, think about what would happen to oil prices, for example. Just that thing. It could have a huge economic impact on the world. So this is, considerations like this are why you see the U.S. so wanting to avoid an escalation there. Child of God says Hamas murdering 1,200 Israeli civilians and kidnapping 240 was also provocative. Thank you, Child of God. I think people think I'm advocating for somebody. Me telling you why Iran and Hezbollah might want to strike back at Israel doesn't mean, there's a difference between I'm going to tell you what they're thinking. That doesn't mean I'm thinking it. Just to be clear, when I tell you this is what Hamas might be thinking, this is what Iran might be thinking, that doesn't mean I support what they're thinking. I just want to be clear here, because I consistently see this distinction not being made. Yeah, I don't understand. What am I supposed to be looking at flight radar? Why is everybody freaking out over flight radar? What's the problem? Can you explain to me what's the big thing on flight radar that's different? I see planes coming in to land at Tel Aviv airport. If I go to Tel Aviv airport and I click on departures, scheduled, canceled, estimated, a lot of them look normal. Arrivals, Tel Aviv, estimated, one canceled, scheduled, couple canceled, a bunch scheduled. There's flights over Iran, like there usually are. So I don't understand what the big deal is. And again, let me just say again, no one I follow who knows about flight radar and knows what normally is on there is saying there's something huge and different going on. Thank you so much to the JLP and Jamdra. Thank you. By the way, Maduro from Venezuela, the Venezuelan authoritarian ruler, has blocked X. You can see here from NetBlocks. Live metrics show X, formerly Twitter, is now restricted in Venezuela as contested President Maduro orders regulator Conatel to ban the platform for 10 days, claiming that it promotes civil war. Thank you to the JLP. By the way, thank you to Jason Santoro for sending your question in. I appreciate it, Jason. Live Life thinks the Nasrallah waiting game is working. Everyone is going crazy. Ewan McDonald, who I follow for Ukraine stuff, says there are reports of a sea drone attack in Russian-occupied Crimea. This is not something new. I mean, Crimea is fairly regularly the object of Ukrainian attack, Russian-occupied Crimea. So I'll let you know if I hear anything else. Excuse me. Oh, I think we have a new Institute for the Study of War. I think we have a new Institute for the Study of War. Report. It's interesting. I want to show you this about Iran. I like their analysis. They give interesting analysis about what Iran's going to do. Let's look at this. Let us look at this. Howard Lance thinks they're committing economic warfare right now by ensuring closed airspace. Many airlines are not flying to and from Israel right now. Thank you so much, Howard Lintz II. Thank you, Howard. I appreciate that. Well, hold on. The Iran update isn't posted yet. Hey, let me show you this thread by Institute for the Study of War. They haven't posted their Iran update yet. Or did they? They did. They just posted it. Hey, let's look at this. I'm gonna talk about some of this with you. I'm gonna leave the video up. I really like the Institute for the Study of War. It is a site where it's a research group where they do analysis of military matters, and I think they argue it well. And you can find their site at understandingwar.org. And I will post a link to this new Iran update they just posted. So I want to just talk, let me just give you a couple of the bold headlines here. I think it's very interesting. The Institute for the Study of War says, we continue to assess that a coordinated large-scale drone and missile attack on Israel by Iran and its axis of resistance is the most likely Iranian response to Israel's killing of senior Axis leaders. So they still think that the most likely, where this is most likely going, is a large coordinated drone and missile attack on Israel. However, they do say Iranian leaders may decide that Iran cannot successfully design and execute a strike that would penetrate Israeli air defenses to establish deterrence, despite strong statements by its officials and media. Interesting. They also say Iranian leaders may additionally calculate that the risk of triggering a large-scale Israeli response is too high to justify conducting a coordinated large-scale missile and drone attack. And then they say divergent goals and priorities between Iran and Hezbollah could create friction between the two and disagreement on the timing and coordination of the attack. So it's interesting. What they're saying is that they still think Iran is going to conduct Iran and its partners are going to conduct a large-scale drone and missile attack on Israel to deter Israel, so that Israel will think twice about doing things like assassinating Hamas leaders in Tehran when they're guests of Iran. So they still think that's the most likely outcome, but they are talking now and saying that, maybe Iran will decide, nothing we do is going to really work that well. No kind of drone and missile attack really has a great chance of working. They could. And also, they might decide, some of you guys have talked about this in the chat, they might decide that there's too much of a risk of a big Israeli response, and maybe U.S. response for that matter, to even make it worth for them to try a large-scale attack. I'm going to read some of their details on this, but it's interesting analysis. I'm going to post a link again. It's Institute for the Study of War. I really like when they do these analyses. And I'm going to post a link to the article again. Understandingwar.org is where you can find their updates. I appreciate them letting me share the articles with you. Give me 1 second here. By the way, quick thanks to Beezy, who's here moderating. Thank you, Beezy. And thanks Linda Belk and Larry on X. And also thank you to our Twitch moderators, including Idaho Star, Mark and NC, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Big thanks. Hang on a moment here. And all of our Facebook mods, like Ronald Egnor, Raven Lynn, Paul Anderson, Charlotte Webb, thank you. By the way, our viewer, Robert Kennedy, says, I agree with the economic warfare comment. Someone said that Iran and Hezbollah are conducting economic warfare in Israel because a lot of planes aren't flying to and from Israel anymore. All right, so let me say a little more about the Institute for the Study of War, what their latest analysis says. Let's talk about this. It's interesting. So they're talking about what's going to happen, Institute for the Study of War. And they say, oops. They still continue to assess that a coordinated large-scale drone and missile attack on Israel by Iran and its axis of resistance is the most likely Iranian response to Israel's killing of senior Axis leaders. Previously, they had said that this kind of attack was one of the most dangerous but not most likely courses of action. They say they are not offering a definitive prediction. They say, what is this here? Hold on a second here. Yes, they say that the Iranian regime's public descriptions of a direct attack on Israel, including statements from senior Iranian officials and armed forces affiliated outlets, caused us, they say, to judge that the most dangerous course of action was more likely to occur. Senior Iranian security officials and an Iranian armed forces outlet have discussed a possible Iranian and Hezbollah drone and missile strike in notable detail, they say, including discussions about the Iranian partners involved, lists of possible targets, and descriptions of methods to increase the likelihood of successful strike. But then they say, and again, the idea would be that Iran wants to do this to deter. The idea, which Institute for the Study of War has explained before, is that Iran would feel that its April attack, they say it was intended to do damage, but most of the projectiles got shot down in April. It didn't do much damage, and it didn't deter Israel. So they're going to want to do, the idea is that they would want to do something that would have a greater chance of actually causing damage to Israel, something bigger than April. But in this update, they say, the Institute for the Study of War says, Iranian leaders may decide that Iran cannot successfully design and execute a strike that would penetrate Israeli air defenses to establish deterrence, despite strong statements by its officials and media. A second failure to penetrate Israeli air defenses would not restore deterrence and would therefore be counterproductive. I mean, we've talked about this, the idea that if they try something like April again and it doesn't work, it'll really make them look weak. Such a failure, says ISW, would demonstrate that Iran has limited effective answers to Israeli attacks on its senior leaders and inside its territory. Iranian decision makers could calculate that the negative effects of another failed attempt to strike Israeli territory outweigh the internal and regional reputational damage Iran would experience from not attacking Israel after openly discussing the attack. It's very interesting. They say, we assessed on August 1st that Iran is likely planning a retaliatory attack on Israel to restore the deterrence after the unsuccessful April attack, while simultaneously trying to avoid large-scale war with Israel. Iran and its allies fired around 170 one-way attack drones in April, along with 30 cruise missiles and 120 ballistic missiles. The U.S., Israel, and their allies intercepted most of the projectiles. And the Iranian attack did significantly less damage than Tehran intended. Iranian leaders will likely want to be confident that Iran's munitions will penetrate Israeli air defenses and strike their intended targets to reestablish deterrence before authorizing a strike. Iranian leaders are also probably considering that Iran could establish nuclear deterrence in this direct attack on Israel by demonstrating an ability to strike Israeli territory with a delivery device capable of carrying a nuclear warhead. That requirement would not be satisfied if only drones or small missiles penetrated Israeli and partner air missile defenses and would presumably need ballistic missiles to strike their targets. So it's really interesting. What they're saying is, in theory, Iran wants to carry out a significant attack to deter Israel. But they might think it's so risky that they might try an attack like they did in April, and everything gets shot down again. And if that happens, it will show them to be really weak and powerless to stop Israel, basically, and powerless to deter Israel. And they might not want that to happen. They might be so afraid of, like, oh, it's going to be a second straight failure, that they don't even try. Again, this is Institute for the Study of War Analysis, which I think is very interesting. I will post again the link to the article. Now, our viewer, Huckster Rider, says that's when Hezbollah has to start the attack. First, they're the closest. I mean, 120 missiles all at once. How can you stop that? Then bang, Iran starts and the proxies. So something that the Institute for the Study of War has said is that if Iran, instead of firing a lot of stuff from Iran, fired it from, say, Lebanon, a lot of stuff, Lebanon is much closer. Lebanon's right across the border. And they have said that it would be much harder for Israel and its partners to shoot down everything if a bunch of projectiles are launched from Lebanon, Iraq, and Syria rather than Iran. So a fair point, a fair point. But there is also a risk, by the way, I will throw out there, that if Hezbollah is the one launching lots of things at Israel, that Israel and the U.S. Deliver a really significant blow to Hezbollah. And Iran, from everything I've read, does not want Hezbollah to get destroyed or significantly weakened because Iran has built up Hezbollah. And Iran likes having Hezbollah there as a threat. The idea being, you mess with Iran, hey, Israel, you mess with Iran, we're going to have Hezbollah, fire tons of missiles at you. But if Hezbollah gets significantly weakened, then that threat is no longer there. Anulis says if Iran can make Hezbollah start, they will deplete some of the defenses against rockets. Jamie says if they unleash that many at one time from multiple places, the dome might be overwhelmed. Hey, thank you, Evan, for your support, by the way. Evan, I think BZ the mod can answer your question. But thank you, Evan, for your support. I really appreciate it. Also, Cyborg King, thanks for your support. Cyborg King says, I think Iran missed a chance in April to fully prepare their equipment. Assuming the attack was a one-time event, the delays now are due to their thorough preparation for any future incidents. So Cyborg thinks Iran is still preparing for this. I want to read you a little more from this report here. Oh. Oh, sorry. Sarah 55 is modding too. BZ, Sarah 55 got it. But thank you to both Sarah 55 and BZ for moderating over there on YouTube. I appreciate that. And thanks, Chris Canada, Quebec City. Thank you so much, Chris. Let me mention the next section of what Institute for the Study of War says. So what they said is that, again, to sum up, they're saying they still think that the most likely thing that will happen is that Iran and its partners, its access partners like Hezbollah, will conduct a large-scale rocket, drone and missile attack to deter Israel in the future. But they say Iran might decide, you know what? There's a decent chance that if we launch a big attack, the results will be like it is in April, and most of the stuff will get shot down, and it won't do damage. And then we'll have tried twice in 4 months the same thing, and we'll look really weak, and we'll be embarrassed on the world stage, and we'll have shown that we can't do anything to Israel, no matter what they do to us. So they might not want to try it for that reason. Another thing that the Institute for the Study of War says is that Iranian leaders may additionally calculate that the risk of triggering a large-scale Israeli response is too high to justify conducting a coordinated large-scale missile and drone attack. So there have been a couple of stories floating around in the media saying that Iran is reconsidering launching a big strike. Now, I don't know if that's true, but some of you guys have talked about this. The idea could be that Iran is just worried, like, wait, if we launch a big strike and it does cause a bunch of damage in Israel, then what happens next? So what ISW says is Israeli military leaders' public statements and back-channel messages from the United States have emphasized to both Iran and Lebanese Hezbollah that Israel would respond forcefully to an attack that kills Israeli civilians or causes significant damage. Iran may calculate that the failure rate showed by Iranian missiles during the April attack makes the risk of causing unintentional casualties too great. Technical errors could cause severe collateral damage, as demonstrated by the recent Hezbollah attack that killed 12 Israeli children in the Israeli-controlled Golan Heights. This risk is even higher given that many of the targets Iranian armed forces affiliated sources have suggested are near densely populated areas. Iranian leaders very likely assess that killing Israeli civilians or inflicting severe damage would trigger an expanded war, regardless of the intent of the Iranian strike. So as you can see, these are different things Iran needs to factor into its decision. What are the chances that their attack is successful? What are the chances that their attack causes unintentional collateral damage? If that happens, what happens as a result of that to them? Thanks for your kind words, KMJUEB, by the way, and your support, Evan. Thank you, Evan. And Jacob, did I thank Jacob Hannikin? Thank you, Jacob Hannikin. I thank you, Jacob. I appreciate that. And thanks for your kind note. I just want to read this last little part of this update from Institute for the Study of War, which, again, you can find their site at understandingwar.org, and you can find their Iran update. They come out with daily updates or near daily on Iran, on Ukraine, on other conflicts. It's a really great site with a good analysis. Understandingwar.org. They do not sponsor this channel. I genuinely enjoy them, and I do appreciate them. They do allow me to read their stuff on the air, but they don't sponsor the channel. So I genuinely really enjoy their analysis. That's why I wouldn't bother reading it if I didn't like it. So the one other part of their update I want to mention is, it says here, divergent goals and priorities between Iran and Hezbollah could create friction between the two and the disagreement on the timing and coordination of an attack. Remember, Iran funds Hezbollah. Iran has built up Hezbollah, but Hezbollah is a military force and political party in Lebanon. So it's two different entities. Unspecified U.S. officials told Axios on August 5th that the U.S. intelligence community expects Iran and its axis of resistance to conduct 2 waves of attacks against Israel. Unspecified sources familiar with the intelligence, speaking to CNN, have similarly claimed that Hezbollah is prepared to strike Israel independent of Iran. We actually talked about this earlier and did a poll question on whether you guys thought Hezbollah would strike separately from Iran, and most of you said yes. These divisions may be appearing because Hezbollah and Iran have different constraints and goals for a retaliatory attack on Israel. Both groups want to establish deterrence with Israel, but may have differing urgency. Hezbollah may feel that increasing pressure to retaliate. Hezbollah may feel increasing pressure to retaliate, giving Israeli operations targeting Hezbollah commanders in southern Lebanon and Syria, since the targeted killing of Fouad Shukr in Beirut 9 days ago. Hezbollah is also constrained by the Lebanese political scene. Hezbollah leaders are likely additionally considering how a Hezbollah retaliatory strike on Israel will affect it, and when the idea. Hold on, there's like a word missing. They say Hezbollah is also blah 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 blah, and Hezbollah leaders are likely additionally considering how a Hezbollah retaliatory strike on Israel will affect it if and when the IDF launches a major military operation into Lebanon. A Hezbollah retaliation that triggers an Israeli ground operation could be perceived as dragging all of Lebanon into Hezbollah's war. Iranian decision makers are not under the same time pressure as Hezbollah, given that Israel has not continued to conduct attacks in Iran or against Iranian targets since killing Haniyeh on July 31st. Iranian leaders are likely incentivized to carefully and slowly assemble a strike package that both hurts Israel and avoids escalation into a wider war. Okay, interesting. So, I like this analysis because it talks about the different factors that, Iran will be taking into account and Hezbollah will be taking into account, and the pros and cons of different ways they might go about this. So I think it's really helpful analysis. Thank you, Lester Bowman, for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you to Evan. Evan, that's so nice of you. Thank you, Evan. Very much appreciated. And also Evan Freiberger. There's Evan Freiberger as well. And thanks for the gift membership, Evan. There's Evan and Evan Freiberger. All right, so I know I posted it before, but just in case anybody wants to look at it, I'm going to post it one more time, the link to that article, because I think it's good. So I think that's interesting analysis. Hey, it's starting to get a little light, maybe? Maybe there? Starting to get a little light, guys? Maybe? Yes? Yes, it is. I'm going to ask a poll question now. A late poll. How about this, a late poll? What will Iran do? Strong attack, weak attack, or nothing? Now, if you want, you can count Hezbollah attack. Because presumably if Hezbollah does a strong attack, Iran is signing off on that. So I'm giving you three choices. What will Iran do? Strong attack, weak attack, or nothing? Let's see what the viewers say. Let's see what the viewers say. We're going to look at what our YouTube viewers are saying first. Our YouTube viewers say 43% say strong attack, 26% say weak attack, and 31% say nothing. How about over on Twitch? On Twitch we have 38% say strong attack, 43% say weak attack, and 20% say nothing. Walter thinks they telegraphed the April attack and warned Israel and us before. That's what Walter thinks. So, Walter, where does that leave you with the coming up one? Thank you so much, Walter. For those who came late to the stream, there has not been any response today from Israel, from Hezbollah or Iran, or any other Iranian proxy force. So a majority of you in both chats don't think it'll be a strong attack. Thank you to our new member, Your Weird Friend. Thank you, London City Events. Thank you, London City Events. I appreciate it. Scott, 1873, doesn't think Iran will do anything. Thank you also, Ingo Seal81 on Twitch, who gifted a sub, and Buzzy D, who subscribed on Twitch, and Steve's Dino Nuggies for the on-screen celebration. And Rob Van Roy from the Netherlands. Thank you so much, Rob, for the gift membership. So nice of you, Rob Van Roy. Thanks, Rob. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership. And Brian Kutzleb. Thank you so much, Brian, for your support. All right, we're wrapping up the poll. It's very interesting. I mean, there's something to be said for various predictions. I think there really is a lot of uncertainty about how Iran and Hezbollah are going to respond and when they're going to respond. Thank you, Jonathan Sharp, over there on YouTube. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I appreciate that, Jonathan. Thank you. But really, we just don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what, and we don't know when. How about that, guys? We don't know what and when. Rick Draper says right now it's a psychological war. Austin says, hopefully not a strong attack. Thank you, Jonathan Sharp. Jonathan Sharp says the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Sun Tzu. Thank you, Jonathan. And thank you, Crift Cards, who thinks they are waiting to strike. Reason being, the longer they wait, the less people expect it, increasing the element of surprise. Maybe there'll be a strike in like a month. I don't know. Old Man Yells at Cloud says, maybe we don't know what or when. Maybe we don't know where. Maybe they'll try something different that we're not expecting. Deep Gully thinks it's Russians' decision. Oh, wow. Thank you, Evan, for the Green McChicken coupon donation. Thank you, Evan. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. And also, Jacob Hannikin. Jacob asked about when the U.S. sends like powerful fighter planes to the region, is that a legitimate threat to Iran? I mean, I think the goal when you do that is you don't want them to be used. You want them to deter. So I don't know. I'm not a military expert, but I'm pretty confident in saying when the U.S. starts sending an aircraft carrier and fighter planes and all that stuff to the region, they would prefer it's not used. They would prefer if it's just a deterrent and nothing happens, or it modifies the attack. So maybe the most important part of sending it there is you're trying to modify the behavior before it happens. But I'm not a military expert, so I can't comment intelligently on that stuff. I mean, I would think that they're not sending it purely for show, and it can be. The reason it is a deterrent is because it actually can be used. If Iran didn't think they would ever use it, then it wouldn't be much of a deterrent. Thank you so much, Jacob Hannikin. I appreciate it. And also Chris Silva for the gift memberships. Thanks, Chris, for giving other people memberships. Very nice of you. Guys, look at Tel Aviv. Look at the shot of Tel Aviv right now. Look at this. Oh, you're not going to look at it yet. Look at Tel Aviv. I might go with that full screen right now. We might go full screen on Tel Aviv. Maybe I should switch the two. That's what I'll do. I'll put the other one over this, so you can see it. So what I got to do is do this. For people watching on Facebook, Facebook automatically ends the stream after 8 hours. So when we hit 8 hours, I'll have to start a new stream on Facebook after 8 hours, which is in 15 minutes. Unless we're wrapping it up, then I'll have to see where we are. We may not do another Facebook stream if we're close enough to ending. Oh, and thanks so much, Chris Silva. Chris, that's very nice of you. Nice comment, Chris. I'm glad you enjoyed the channel. And I appreciate your support very much, Chris Silva. Thank you. Very nice of you guys. Thanks for supporting the channel. That's how I can get footage and stuff, so I really appreciate it. Well, guys, the sun is starting to come up. Another night, apparently, with no response from Iran, Hezbollah, any of the other Iranian proxies. Thanks, Miguel, for watching from Portugal. Uh-oh. What happened to the focus? What happened to the focus? Our viewer PW360 says it's all guesswork at this point. Even U.S. officials said to CNN they are having a hard time seeing anything from Iran. One of our viewers, I don't know if I'll say S, in case S wants to be anonymous, says, I'm in Venezuela. I can use Twitter without VPN. Well, according to the government and net blocks, they're shutting it down. So maybe yours is shut down by now. I don't know. But, or maybe you just happen to be on a provider that's not shutting it down. I appreciate the report, though. I believe you. Thanks, Sean, by the way, who had messaged me about the ISW update. Thank you, Evan. Evan, thank you so much. I have never been to the Middle East. I would love to visit the Middle East. I'd love to visit various countries in the Middle East. I have never been there. I'm not going there right now. Oops, I got to end the poll. Sorry. I'm not going there right now, but I would love to go one day. Factual News reports public transit suspended in Lipetsk, Russia. 4 settlements on outskirts of city evacuated after Ukrainian drones damage energy facility, governor says. That's from Factual News. John Flick says, glad no bloodbath today. Yes, I mean, any day without violence is a positive. Yeah, Zinjan mentioned Haifa. We've shown Haifa the last few nights, so I kind of like this shot for a change. I think I'm going to stick with this shot for now. Oh, I don't even... No, I do have the Haifa shot. Haifa shot's got a bunch of clouds in it right there. I think this one looks better than Haifa right now. Right. Now, we've talked about this. The Polar Cat says there was plenty of violence in Gaza today. So clearly I wasn't talking, I would think it would be clear that I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the situation with waiting to see if Israel and, letting to see if Iran and their axis of resistance responded to Israel. We have talked multiple times on this stream about how there was violence in Gaza and bombings and apparent Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon and Syria today. So that is true. I do have a Jerusalem stream. I can put that on for a second. Hopefully that works. Hang on a moment. I gotta take a second. This stream is the Tel Aviv stream is frozen because I'm switching it with the Jerusalem stream. That's why it's frozen. I keep having issues tonight when I try to switch streams. I don't know why that is. Let's try something here. Give it a second. Give it a moment, please. We're waiting for the other one to pop. There it is. There's the Jerusalem stream right there. That's Jerusalem. Typo. I don't even have the audio on for this one. I can put the audio on for it. I'll turn the audio off in the other one. See what the audio is for this. Oh, if I want to play, you got to give me a second to play the audio on this one. Hold on. Give me a second. Hang on. Hold on. What did I do here? What did I do here? Hang on. Let me fix this. I'll fix things. I'll get you the footage back. Just a moment. Just a moment. We're getting it on the screen for you. There it is. It's coming now. It's about to be up there. That is the Jerusalem audio now. I think. Yeah, it is. You're hearing the Jerusalem audio. Yes, that is the Dome of the Rock. It is the world's oldest surviving work of Islamic architecture, says Wikipedia. The original dome collapsed in 1015 and was rebuilt in 1022 to 1023. Hey, thanks to Jacob Hannikin. Thank you again, Jacob. Jacob thinks Iran is rethinking their plans after Putin came out and warned them not to escalate the situation. That's what Jacob thinks. Some of our viewers think that kind of thing. Thank you, Jacob, very much. Hey, thank you again, Evan. Evan, I am not one to give travel advice. I know if you're thinking of going to the Middle East, various countries have various travel warnings against going there. So I would check with your country's State Department or Ministry of Foreign Affairs and see what they have to say about going to anywhere in the Middle East, or anywhere else for that matter. That's my best advice I can give. Hang on a second here. I think we're starting to get closer to that time, guys. I think we're starting to get closer to that time. I'm going to start thanking some people. Well, first of all, thanks to Jen Haneke for your support, and Robert R. So nice of you guys. It's really nice of you. Thank you, Robert R. and Jen Haneke. Guys, it's already 9 days after the assassinations. No response yet. No response yet. We should thank the moderators. Should give a shout out to them. By the way, this channel is Agenda Free TV. We do cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. We've been covering this story obviously a lot. It's such an important story, but we cover all kinds of live breaking news. So make sure you subscribe and follow the channel if you like the coverage. And turn on the notifications. We have a notification system we've set up. It's free, and you sign up once, and you get a notification sent to you every time right before we go live. Because I don't know when most of the time we're going live. That way you can be sure you don't miss a stream. So the mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can find the notifications link on the Facebook and YouTube description for this broadcast in the description. But sign up for the free notifications so you know when we're going live. And also, when I'm not on the air, I'll still be covering news on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. I'll post a link to this, but that's where I post about breaking news when I'm not on the air. I really appreciate you guys being with us. Oh, is Facebook done or is Facebook not done yet? Facebook ended. I think we're not going to go back on Facebook because we're going to be ending. I wish I had realized that. Facebook ends automatically after 8 hours. So, but at this point, if I just start it up, I'm just about to end it anyway. So. Maybe I will. I'll just start it up again. I'll just start it up on Facebook again. I might as well. Even though it's like the end. They watched. They deserve to watch the end. I'll start it up again. I'll just do it. Why not? There'll be a 5-minute stream on Facebook where we say goodnight. I'm restarting the stream. Okay, maybe a few people will want to watch it over there. Oh, wow, Evan. Evan, so generous of you. Wow. Evan, super generous of you. That's really nice, Evan. Thanks for all your support. Evan in our chat on YouTube. Thank you, Evan. Wow, thank you. Let's thank our moderators, because we could not have chat rooms without our moderators. They're always here. They're the best. Huge thanks to them. Such an important part of the channel. Sarah55 and BZ, Ruth Krafasi, Cynthia Moon, and all of our other moderators on YouTube. My clock is so messed up because when I'm watching the Israel footage, I feel like it's 5 a.m. where I am, but it's not. It's actually 10:42 p.m. So all of our YouTube moderators, thank you. Also, if you're watching on Facebook, I restarted the stream, but we're basically just wrapping it up. But we're watching it, but I restarted anyway. Christina Neal, thanks for moderating on Facebook. Kay Lowry Body, Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, thank you. And on Twitch, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Papa Bear, Silly Def, and all of our other moderators on Twitch, thank you. And Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. But huge thanks to our moderators. Also, thanks so much for donating to the channel. That's so nice of you guys. You allow this channel to exist with your support. That is how I can get, footage and other news content that I have to buy. So I can't thank you enough. It is so nice of you guys to support this channel and allow it to be in existence. So thank you to everybody who donated. So nice of you. And if you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge, huge, huge thanks for all of your support of the channel. Since 2018, how about that? Really nice of you, though. And I greatly appreciate it. See, just so you can see what the border shot looks like, because at night we can't really see it. This border shot here, right here, see how we see those buildings at night in the back. This is all Israel, I believe. It's all these buildings are Israel here, but that's Lebanon in the distance. But normally on this shot we don't see those buildings. We just see at night these on the top of the hill. By the way, we have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. A lot of our viewers like doing that. That is at the same as the notifications. The same link as the notifications link. Check out the Discord chat. And also, thanks to our Discord mods. And if anybody's interested in being a volunteer moderator, that would be awesome. You can ask the mods for more information. I want to remind you guys that if you are watching on YouTube, you can, if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, you need to do this thing, which is click the bell, the notifications bell, and then choose all notifications. That's how you turn the notifications on. Click the bell, choose all notifications. And also, another quick reminder, I do have a personal channel. When it's less busy with the news, I do some non-news live streaming on Lookner on YouTube and Looknerd with a D on Twitch. Same channel, slightly different spelling. You can check that out if you'd like. Amy says she sent a mod application in and she's on a waiting list still. Yeah, sometimes there can be a lot of people who apply, and there can be, so I'm sorry about that if that happens. It just depends how many people are applying, because the mods are the ones who need to actually, they look into it and everything. So you can always, if you haven't heard for a while, you can always just kind of write and check in and see what happens, what's happening. But I know that sometimes we get a lot of people applying, which is great, but it can take a while for the mods. Oh, just so you know, I might have to read this after. The Institute for the Study of War has a new update about Ukraine and Kursk. Ukrainian cross-border mechanized defensive operations into Kursk that began on August 6th are continuing as a part of Ukrainian operational effort within Russian territory. ISW will not offer assessments about the intent of this operation to avoid compromising Ukrainian operational security. We are not prepared to map control of terrain in Russia at this time and will instead map observed events associated with the Ukrainian incursion into Russia. Maximalist claims and unverified reports about Ukrainian advances within Russia do not represent territory that ISW assesses that Ukrainian forces have seized or control. By the way, they are at the Study of War, if you want to see their posts. But I really appreciate them letting me show parts of their reports on the screen. Just wanted to mention, I just saw that. Cajun shrimps thinks, did you ever think Ukraine would be at war with Russia? I mean, it was crazy to think about Russia invading them a couple of years ago, but they did. February of 2022. 2.5 years ago now. Thanks so much to our Twitch subscribers for supporting the channel. Thank you so much. People like the Polar Cat and Shaggy and Wall Street, Gina Pina, RJJ Ryan 1, Kevin from Space, Allistic, Stunned in the North, Annie Kush. Look at all those subscribers. Jack's Animals, New Dragons, Integrity Farmer Bob, Fupo Headhunter, what is it? Alnatak 13, Pinkus, Lil Pinkus, thanks for subscribing. McBritches, all of our subscribers on Twitch. Aaron Weirdo, Jax Haku, Psyops. Thank you, Twitch subscribers, and all the rest of you. Steve's Nuggies. Who Shot JR? Thank you. On Facebook, people, thanks for all the subscribers like Eve Richards and Lou Green and Robert Real II and Marie Minicello and Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley and all the other ones over there. Thank you, Facebook subscribers. And our YouTube members, thank you so much. Hey, our new member, Beached Iguana. Thanks for being a member. Susie Irish. Oh, Kay Body, our Facebook mod, just gave 5 of you memberships over there on YouTube. Wow. Thank you, Kay. We got new members like Sledgehammer, Joel Dulka, Busy Yamas, Buse Yamas, Norwegian Dude, Turned Off, Deplorable Dave, Mr. Kitty, Pedro Almeida, thanks for being a member, Susie Irish, Tara Owning, Barry, Xylee42, thank you, Joe Hart, Donna Smith, Henrock City, Buffalo Women, Danny G, Doug Cahill, Mr. Kitty, Sean Savoy, Jean Romaine, Jeremy Dorsey, Michael Garcia, Jesse James, Anana News. Gringo just gave 5 people memberships too. Thanks so much, Gringo. That's so nice of you. Thank you, Gringo. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a membership. Thanks, Gringo. Appreciate it. Michelle Fernandez, thanks for being a member. Child of God 74, Alicia Alexander, Raina Hood, Deborah J, Randy J, Jaws 4, John Flick, Waltham, James H. Austin, Amy, thank you, members. Ryboy, Funchenstein, David Fonsetiart, Trump Forever M, thank you for being members. All right, guys, it's getting to be that time. It's 5:53 a.m. 5:53 a.m. No attack by Iran or Hezbollah or any other Iranian proxy this night. Now it is daytime. There could be something in the daytime. If there's big news during the daytime, I'll come back on the air. Thank you, Roberta Kemp, for watching every day over there on Facebook. Thanks, Tia Christie, for watching. Pam Votow Sanders, thanks for watching. I'm going to try to catch up on some sleep while I have the chance. Big Boss Now, thank you so much for the donation and support. Big Boss Now, our subscriber. Thank you. Hi, it's Tasca for watching. And 3 Soul. Thank you so much again to our moderators. Can't thank you enough, moderators. Thank you. All right, guys. It's time. It is time. Thanks, Judy, for watching. All right, guys. I am wrapping up this stream. If there's big news during the evening, I'll come on and cover it. Yes, Jesse James says, now we get to see what happens tomorrow. That is true. We will see what happens tomorrow. Thanks, Winda Woodard, for watching as well, and Ronald Kane. Ronald came too. Okay, guys, that is it. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys joining the stream, watching the stream, sending me comments, sending me updates, letting me read your comments and questions on the air. Thanks for participating. So that is it. We have been covering the wait by Israel in the world for Iran and Hezbollah to respond to the two assassinations last week. Presumably both by Israel. Israel's claimed one of them, but looks like it was both. And we're going to keep bringing you coverage of this story. Hang on a second here. And we'll see what happens. Akud says these people will be at it forever. Thank you, Steve B. and Yo Etsy. All right, guys, and Reflector 8G. That is it right now. Thank you for watching. We will have more Middle East coverage coming up and more coverage of other stories as well. We'll see you soon. Hold on. Somebody said, I don't have a red alert on my app. I have no red alert here. Somebody said red alert, but no. Is there a rocket alert? If there is, we'll wait and see what it is. I did not see a rocket alert on my phone. There is a rocket alert. There is a rocket alert in, I'm going to tell you. I just had it here. We were about to get off the air. There's 2 rocket alerts just north of Gaza. Not a lot of them. 2 rocket alerts just north of Gaza. So I'm going to stay on an extra couple minutes. No, you're not hearing a siren on this. I don't have a stream right now which is in that area. I don't have a stream next to Gaza. Yeah, the Haifa stream isn't there. The Tel Aviv stream is north of there. Yeah, the Red Alert app has been acting weird the last few days. Normally it's really good, and it's been a little late. Some people said they heard a siren. I don't know that you'd be hearing that from Jerusalem. Jerusalem, which you're hearing the sound from, is quite far away. I mean, I'll tell you how far away it is, but it's far away. Yeah, guys, Jerusalem is like, in terms of distance, Jerusalem was like 35 miles from where the alerts are going off. Jerusalem is like 35 miles from where the alerts are going off. Yeah, Jane Summers says it's on opposite sides of Israel. Thank you, Jane, our subscriber. But let me try to get some more information about it. They didn't even post it yet. They didn't even post it yet on the Israeli Defense Forces Telegram. They usually do that. It's not even up there yet. Oh, they did. IDF said sirens sounded in the city of Ashkelon and Kibbutz Zikim. This is north of Gaza. There's Gaza right there. There's Ashkelon, and there's Zikim. So there's sirens going off here. I presume for some sort of rocket fire from Gaza. That's not going to be the big Hezbollah and Iran response. So I'll give it a second and see if we hear anything about what's going on there, but thanks to our member Crafty Owl. We were just about to get off the air, so I'll see if I can get you any more information. Yeah, again, Zikim and Ashkelon, north of Gaza, is where the rocket alerts were. Thanks, by the way, to the Speedrun Spartan. Thank you, Speedrun Spartan. I appreciate that. All right, I think I'm going to wrap it up. I know there were a couple rocket alerts. I'm not hearing more about them. It's not a lot of rocket alerts. If there's some big thing with tons of rocket alerts, I'll come back on the air. Okay? How does that sound? How does that sound? I think it's time. I think it's time. I don't know if you could. No. So what happened if you got a red alert? I just got alerts on my phone, but it's the same alerts. It's just delayed. That's what's been happening. Is for whatever reason, the red alert app, which normally is on the ball, is like 3 minutes late. So you get the alert, you hear about the alert, and then you get another alert, but it's the same alert. So on my phone, I just got the alerts, but it's the same ones. It's Ashkelon and Zikim. It's the same one that we were just talking about 5 minutes ago. It's not new. So if you got the alert through red alert, it's the same one. It's just you're getting the same one. Why it's delayed like that, I don't know. John says you need so far. I mean, this has never been a problem, but maybe I'll have to look into it. He said so far is one. Never had a problem with red alert. It's always been good, and then I don't know. I thought there's one called So Far Red Alert. TZOFAR. I just have red alert, which, again, never used to have problems. So I don't know what's going on with it. I'll have to look into it. I'll have to look into it. I don't know. I don't know if I've tried so far. All right, anyways, I think it's time. It is time. All right, guys. Hey, I said all my goodbyes. I was about to get off the air. Really appreciate you joining us. I am going to get off. I am going to get off the air now. I am getting off the air now. But if there's big doings, I will come back on the air, okay? It is time. It is time. All right, guys. Thank you again so much for watching. And thank you again, moderators. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.